your skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan Victor, seharusnya bisa melepaskan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia bisa Miko datang dan tanggulan Vivo. Tarian rangsa telah pun lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay naman ni Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. Major Marcel taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling,
Rory.
but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good one. Look at that.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the UniPin Ladies Series C Championships 2022 with your casters for day number 1 here. It is me, Mirko, and Burger Kim.
Hey Mirko, it's so nice to be here in the UniPin Ladies Series. And this is my first time in the English cast because mostly I've been doing like the Tagalog broadcast.
Well, welcome to the English broadcast. This is also my first time casting for the ladies event, and man, I am really waiting to see what these ladies can bring up to the stage here, especially considering that we have a pretty stacked, a pretty well matched up first match of the day here with IDNS going up against Azure.
Yeah, Rock Azure is a team from the Philippines. And all I can say is this team is really happy to be here as well. They defeated the powerhouse in the Philippines, which is known as Bren Victres. They actually even released an interview that, Bren lang malakas, or, to put it in English is like, Bren is the only one who's strong. But now it's Rock Azure now representing the Philippines. And honestly, I could have I watched the grand finals and it was such a huge upset. I mean, Bren Victres has been dominating in the Philippine scene. It's kind of like GPX and BTR in Indonesia.
Yeah, we've seen a whole lot of changes in the ladies scene. It just shows how rapidly crazy, I guess, the improvement has been from every single region when it comes to the ladies event and the ladies MLBB scene. That's great, especially here in the UniPin Ladies Series C Championships. We're going to see literally the best going up against the best from every single region. And, before we get into the match, obviously, I want to ask a few questions, especially when it comes to the first matchup. IDNS. Usually, back in the day, ever since they joined MSC in 2021, they always had Ramela in their roster, right? In the ladies scene and even in the regular scene, MLBB, MSC, she was always a representative. Now, IDNS doesn't seem like they have Ramela in their roster, in their main lineup, losing some veterancy there.
Yeah, I mean, for IDNS Elsa, I've seen some of their games, and when I was looking at the teasers, the posters, I was like, wait, this is an entirely different lineup. And I do have to highlight that there are 2 Filipino players playing for IDNS Elsa as well.
Well, we're going to take a look, though, at the brackets for the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys were curious, these are the 5 matches that we have, the 4 matches that we have in the upper brackets. Obviously, we also have a lower bracket, but for today, we're only focusing on match 1 and match 2. IDNS going up against Rock Azure, and for match 2, we have as well RRQ Mika from Indonesia going up against Reborn.
Wow, it's all like BO5, so it's gonna be a long day, but definitely an action-packed one. So I was expecting like mostly it's like BO3s, right? BO3s, but BO5s as early as this stage. So like even before like the semifinals, the grand finals, it's already a best of 5. I guess maybe it opens up a lot of chances. It gets to showcase the players as well. So I'm gonna be seeing like there's a global ban being implemented as well, Mirko. I believe you have some information about this.
Absolutely, yeah. As you can see, today's schedule presented to you by SanDisk right here. We will have a global system, a global ban system implemented here in the UniPin Ladies Series for 2022 this time around. And we've seen a whole lot of crazy picks come out in the MDL where we have actually seen the global ban system, and even in the WSL back in the day. So with the global ban system, what we can expect is a lot of unique hero picks to come up, and I'm very interested to see because we had a small little discussion, me and you, Burger Kim, before the show started, that the ladies scene in terms of the meta game is still very flexible.
Yeah, I think the ladies, I mean, they want to play with what they're comfortable with. I mean, I've seen a Johnson, I've seen a Cyclops. When was the last time I've seen a Cyclops? I've also seen them like rock a Ranger jungler. I mean, when was the last time I've seen this in professional play? So I'm looking forward to this. Honestly, I've been casting a lot of games, and to be honest, it gets kind of repetitive at times. Like people are gonna tell me like, okay, how do you know that? How do you know they're gonna pick and ban? I'm like, oh, it's mostly the same. It's a wombo combo of different things. But with the global ban being in play, I feel like you're right, Mirko. We're gonna be seeing a lot of different picks, maybe flex picks, comfort picks. Who knows?
Absolutely. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, because with the unique picks obviously here and the global ban system, the players will have to literally dive deep into their hero pools, maybe even stepping out of their comfort zone, because this global ban system will definitely be a tough one on them. Now, though, Burger Kim, it seems like we are getting ready for the game. We're about to hit the draft, I believe. But before that, just want to give a small little shout out here to UniPin, because today we actually have a quick discount or flash sale for those of you who want to top up with UniPin credits on UniPin. You can top up minimum with 100,000 with GoPay payment immediately. You guys can get a discount of 20,000 IDR. Well, not 20,000 ADR, 20,000 UniPin credits. So that's even better here. For those of you who are watching, let's go. Top up now. Visit www.unipin.com.
Yeah, that's perfect too, Mirko, because there are new skins right now. The Kung Fu Panda skins. I haven't gotten mine yet, so maybe after this, I'm gonna top up with UniPin and get my very own Kung Fu Panda skin. So excited for that. But I do have to thank our partners as well. This is presented by UniPin, supported by Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Our media partners as well: Upstation, One Esports, Survival TV, Context Indonesia, Dunia Games, GGWP, Esports ID, Game Off, Game Zero, Indo Gamers, Juma Labs, and Kinsir.
It's amazing to see the amount of support that the lady scene is getting now, and really, it's really supporting, obviously, all the ladies who are competing and all the organizations as well, so we can keep on seeing the progression of the ladies scene. And obviously, with this tournament, we're going to see who the best is currently in Southeast Asia. Burger Kim, give me your... Both of the teams definitely going to put on their best lineup on to the first match of the day. I don't think any of the teams wants to risk that lower bracket just yet. I think going with the upper bracket route is obviously the safe route, but Burger Kim, I don't know, man. If we take a look at the history of the international tournaments, usually it is the lower bracket meta, but here it is, the official team lineup, the 5 players that will be stepping on stage for today. It's Mem, Yangel, Kadisan, Good Girl Kylie, Hyde, and Silver.
Yeah, for those of you guys who don't know, it's Hyde and Good Girl Kylie from the Philippines. So the ladies here in the ladies scene rather here in the Philippines, it's quite tight. So a lot of the players know each other. I'm pretty sure Raka Azur has gone up against Hyde and Kylie back when they were playing for other teams. Unfortunately, they didn't make it that far. But eventually, IDNS Elsa, they've been playing for them as well, even in other major tournaments here in the Philippines. So I'm excited to see how this will work out for them. I mean, Kati-san has played in the MSC Mekong qualifiers as well, but unfortunately, Mirko, their team didn't go that far.
You're absolutely right. Let's take a look though on the other side, because we also have Raka Azur with Atsushi, Taiga, Tetsuya, Daiki, and Seijuro. But what's interesting is, as you mentioned,
They're
2
IGN?
Filipino players, and yeah, they're IGNs obviously, but 2 Filipino players on IDNS. We're already seeing some imports, right? I guess from the ladies scene, and that's amazing to see. But Raka Azur again with their solid lineup. Is this their main 5 that beat Bren Victress?
Yeah, this was their main 5. No, wait, hold on. This was not their main 5. I think they changed their mid laner. So it used to be Soe, and now they're gonna be going with Atsushi. So their IGNs, I was actually able to talk to the team. Their IGNs are inspired by the anime Kuroko no Basket. I haven't watched that yet, so when I was casting, I was like, this sounds like an anime roster name. And then they're like, yeah, you're right, it's an anime, it's Kuroko no Basket. They're huge fans, and I think even before this, they had like a Attack on Titan version. They had They had a Demon Slayer version, so it's a really interesting team. They're new, like what I mentioned for Rock Azure, but they are the rising stars. They did, eliminate Bren Victress out of the UniPin C Championship, so that's a very huge feat for them.
It's massive, right? Considering that Bren Victress has been one of the top dogs when it comes to the ladies scene in general in the Philippines. Knowing that finally someone can actually take them down and qualify here for the UniPin Ladies Series C Championships 2022 is definitely a massive feat for them. They'll try to carry on with their momentum from that match over to this tournament right here. And for IDNS though, I do want to talk about it again, right? We mentioned that Ramela is not in the roster. We also saw it in the official team lineup. No Ramela. It does seem like from the matches that we've seen in MWI and even in the previous UniPin Ladies Series, Ramela has been one of the core members on this team and maybe even possibly the identity, the shot caller for the team. Losing Ramela, it's going to be I don't know if it's going to be good or bad just yet, but there's definitely going to be an impact.
When I was casting like other female tournaments, like major tournaments, a lot of people are telling me, you guys are putting so much highlight on Ramela. I mean, Ramela is really good, okay? Ramela has been an icon in the ladies scene. She's what started it all. And I do have to highlight Silver as well here. She had like back-to-back MVPs for major tournaments as well in MLBB. So that's something we have to watch out for. For IDNS, I noticed their playstyle revolves around like playing around the late game, as well as Raka Azure. So I feel like they might contest for those late game heroes, Cecilion, Carrie. So I don't know. That's just how I see it right now. Especially these two teams are going up against each other. And for IDNS, I feel like their solid hold might be Hyde and Kylie. I mean, they're good friends. They've been posting a lot of stories as well on their respective social media. So I think that's going to be a factor as well. The connection that they have.
Absolutely. With the connection that they have, with the synergy, it's all going to come down to, honestly, the better execution in today's match. But I do want to talk a little bit more about the meta as well here, Kim, because when we're looking at the meta right now, it actually feels like very viable. It feels very flexible too for every single playstyle, right? But it all comes down to the gold lane and the mid lane, I believe, right now. The jungle has lost some of that carry potential now that the tank junglers are coming back into the meta. More utility being brought into that jungle over the damage heroes like the assassins. We haven't really seen the assassins when it comes down, like when we take a look at the MPL and all the different regions. Assassins have been very weak, I guess. But here, I'm really curious to see. Maybe we get to see some Lings, some Lancelots.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are always saying that, for ladies, you can only play like a certain type of heroes, like maybe fighters and tanks. But, you haven't seen like ladies play assassins. I've seen these ladies rock like Ling, Lancelot, especially, I don't want to spoil anything just yet, but, Hyde is a fantastic jungler. She's played for different teams, and there's a reason why she's with IDNS Elsa right now. So, watch out for it, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I'm sure that we're going to see like a Lancelot or a Ling or maybe even a Hellcurt pop out here.
You're right. In a very heavy neutral objective contest kind of meta here, Hellcurt has popped up before in the MPL, especially with the Demon Slayer emblem. But the jungle right now, I think what's going to be prio is definitely going to be the Balman, right? The Balman has just been a monster in securing these neutral objectives. In the gold lane, it's kind of more flexible though, I feel like right now. More marksmans coming up, even the marksmans that we haven't seen before. Carry, we've seen in MSC getting spotlighted, and now in this tank heavy meta, it does make sense to go for the carry, going for that true damage, and obviously the max HP percentage damage. But I want to see something different here. I want to see something very different, right? Like you said, there's this misconception that, ladies can only play the easy heroes, but I've seen way too many Bigatron era games, and there's jungler, their assassin player. She's really good at playing these assassins. She's way better than me. way better than a lot of pro players even in the MDL competing. So again, we're just gonna have to see what they bring up onto the stage. Obviously, that's the big question here now that the global ban system has been implemented. So all the comfort picks might not be, picked up in the first game. They might just hand it over to the third, fourth game. Remember, it's a best of 5 with a global ban system, and it will not get reset. Full best of 5. If it goes all the way, Kim, we're gonna see Layla's possibly.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, Layla is a late game hero. So, I mean, you're talking about two teams who like to play for the late game, but I'm not so sure about Layla, but I feel like this global ban, it will definitely affect your choices. You have to think twice before clicking that hero. And at the same time, you have to think about how it will affect your overall composition since you can only use it once. So it doesn't matter if you lose with that composition, you can't use that hero again. So I've seen Johnson picks coming up, Cyclops picks coming up, right? So I am honestly curious what IDNS and Rocket Azure will play. I mean, it's a best out of 5, so anything can happen. You have to win 3 series, right, before you get the entire thing.
3 games. That's what you need to win it all here in the best of 5, obviously. But for the losing team, there is still a lower bracket for them to fall to. So they have a second chance in this tournament. Obviously, considering the bracket format is the way it is, if you meet up against one of the strongest team and you get knocked down, if you get knocked out completely, it's gonna be pretty sad for the teams. Obviously, now with the second chance, they have more opportunities to actually shine in this tournament. But like I said before, okay, you know what? I got a question for you, Kim. Do you think the lower bracket meta is real? Do you think it's real?
You know what? For some odd reason, if it's Smart Omega, particularly I know it has been a thing. Smart Omega, their main roster, even the Smart Omega Empress, they've gone through that, the lower bracket meta. It is real, but I think the teams today for the UniPin C championships, they definitely came here prepared. They've been doing their respective promotions as well, so I think it's real. But I mean, it's gonna matter, right? You want to stay in the upper bracket. These ladies can get really competitive, so it's important to get every single game and stay on top. So, but if you do fall down on the lower bracket, there is still that second chance, right, Mirko? So it's not really game over. You don't really get eliminated. But like what you mentioned, it's dangerous if you go up against a powerhouse, right? If you go up against Bigatron Era, by the way, that is on a how many win streak on tournaments? Is that 17
16.
you mentioned? 16.
I think, wait,
okay, I'm
at
close
this point,
enough.
I've lost count.
I
don't know
mean,
anymore.
I was about to say 17, but I was close enough. So 16, that's a lot, right? Going up. I mean, it's the same roster, more or less, but we're not going to be seeing Bigatron Era today. It's going to be, it is IDNS, Elsa, Rocket Azure, and then later on we're going to be having Reborn from Malaysia and Singapore region up against RRQ Mika from Indonesia.
We're going to see a lot of different rosters play. Obviously, we're going to see their picks as well with the global ban system. That's going to be very, very interesting. But Burger Kim, like you mentioned, we're still going to see. But we're going to take a look at a commercial first. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa melepaskan tapi Viva
New skin ready.
udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa melepaskan tapi Viva Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang huge. Dia minta Miko datang dan tanggulan Vivo. Tarian rangsa telah pula ke keponya bergerak mencari hero dalam bahaya.
Sa kamay ng ating Neko Adjo, samantala Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto pa
Another inheritance turret being taken down. Medyo Masya taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good goal. Look at that!
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa melepaskan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dan dia bisa Miko datang dan tanggulan Vivo. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
kamay ng ating Neko Adjo. Samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto pa
Another inheritance turret being taken down. Medyo Masya taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good goal. Look at that!
ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa melupakan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman dun sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. By the Master taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa melupakan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman dun sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. By the Master taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
bakal seorang rival. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah pulaku keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman dun sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre itilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance turret being taken down. Benjamin taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa melepaskan seorang rival. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah pulaku keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman dun sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre itilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance turret being taken down. Benjamin taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa melepaskan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia bisa Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inhibitor turret being taken down. Major Masya taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep smuggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa melepaskan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia bisa Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inhibitor turret being taken down. Major Masya taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep smuggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang huge. Dia tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah pula keponya bergerak mencari Hio dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance turret being taken down. Major Maset taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good goal. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang huge. Dia tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah pula keponya bergerak mencari Hio dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance turret being taken down. Major Maset taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good goal. Look at that.
Host game ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa melepaskan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang huge. Dia tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah pun lagu kepo yang bergerak mencari Hio dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman dun sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance turret being taken down. Benjamin taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa melupakan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang huge. Dia tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah pun lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hio dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman dun sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. The Master taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa melupakan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang huge. Dia tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah pun lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hio dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman dun sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. The Master taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia bisa Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. Major Marcel taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia bisa Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. Major Marcel taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
News Game Ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa melepaskan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Damage tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman dun sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre itilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. Benjamin taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
News Game Ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa melepaskan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Damage tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman dun sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre itilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance is being taken down. Benjamin taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance turret being taken down. Major Marcel taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance turret being taken down. Major Marcel taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa melupakan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia bisa Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman dun sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance turret being taken down. By the Master taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
New skin ready.
Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan victor, seharusnya bisa melupakan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada, akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia bisa Miko datang dan tanggulan tipu. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman dun sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance turret being taken down. By the Master taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
Victus harusnya bisa kelepatan seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia bisa Miko datang dan tanggulan Vivo. Tarian rangsa telah pelaku keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Tego Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero si Taro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance turret being taken down. Major Master taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good call. Look at that.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the UniPin Ladies Series Southeast Asian Championships 2022. Still day number 1, but this time we are getting straight to match number 2. Still with me, Mirko and Burger Kim. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, UniPin Ladies Series C Championships 2022 is presented to you by UniPin, supported by Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We also have our media partners, Upstation, One Esports, Revival TV, Context ID, Dunia Games, GGWP, Esports ID, Game Buff, Game Zero, Indo Gamers, Journal Apps, and Kincheer.
Wow, that's hell of a lot of supporters. Thank you so much for supporting the UniPin Ladies Series. Of course, before we start our games, I do like to say that there is a flash discount or a quick discount sale for all of you guys who would like to top up with the UniPin credits on UniPin. Top up a minimum of 100,000 with GoPay payment. Immediately get a discount of 20,000 UniPin credits. For those of you guys who are watching, don't forget to top up because Kung Fu Panda skins are here. It's on a discount right now. What better way to kickstart it by topping up with UniPin?
I gotta tell you, those Kung Fu Panda skins, Kim, oh my god, so good, especially the Ling one. Maybe I'm biased because I'm a Ling player, but I love the Lord Shen Ling, and great value from UniPin. I got it myself. Back at it again, though, for this match. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I have to inform you that in match number 1, the reason you saw a 3-0 in the scorecard was because IDNS wasn't able to participate in the first match, walking out of the match, so therefore given a win 3-0 over to Azure.
Yep, it's a walk in the park, but we're actually still going to be seeing them. They're just going to fall into the lower bracket, but now it's going to be Reborn Singapore up against RRQ Mika, all the way from Singapore. So, Mirko, we did post our talent predictions on the UniPin Ladies Series page, and you actually said that RRQ Mika is one of the most improved teams. Why is that so?
Oh man, RRQ Mika has improved by a lot. Last time we saw a team, the two teams from Indonesia, the representatives were Bigatron and GPX. Now, RRQ Mika, they have stepped up massively. Again, with this new kind of revamped roster, still sticking to the same identity, but just refining a little bit of that gameplay that they have, that aggressive early game strat, snowballing from the get-go, and they've really come far, especially with the main highlight, in my opinion, being Ashe in that jungle position.
Yeah, aside from Ashe, I do have to say that, we also have to respect the team captain of RRQ Mika, which is Gio Goy. Did I say that right? Gio Goy. I think I've been checking out the stats, and most of the time it's like targeted towards Gio's hero. So massive respect actually from a lot of the teams. And for the longest time, you mentioned that, it was always Bigatron and GPX. Like every time there's a ladies tournament, it's nonstop. GPX, Bigatron, but now we have a newcomer in the block, RRQ Mika, and yeah, they actually finished second place recently in all of the major tournaments, because most of the time it's like top 4 for them, right? Not really such a good run, but I do have to agree, RRQ Mika is looking really good right now. But how much do you know about Reborn Singapore?
Honestly, Reborn here coming into this tournament, I'm looking at them as a fresh new team. When we take a look at RRQ Mika, a lot of information on them. Obviously, they competed in the WSL, getting that runners-up position. So there's a lot of VODs that you can just check on YouTube, anywhere, about this team. You get information, you get data on the hero picks. But for Reborn, this could be an advantage for them. I don't really see a lot of data for this team Reborn in terms of their hero pool, in terms of their VODs, even their past history matches. I can't really get a whole lot of information on that, but what I do know is definitely you cannot write this team off.
Definitely, because Reborn, I've only seen a few of their VODs, and honestly, I was surprised as well. Like, wow, they can actually pull that off. And they are the type of team that, kind of baits out, plays mind games with you. And especially, they really need that going up against someone as dominant as RRQ Mika. You can't just count them out as well. They've gone up against GPX. It was a close fight, but they definitely deserve their spot here.
Absolutely. Both of the teams definitely deserve the spot here, fighting for legacy, fighting for that Southeast Asian Championship UniPin Ladies Series. And again, this just shows, even, we're talking about Indonesia, we're talking about RQ Mika stepping in, something changing already in the scene with Bigatron always still number one, but we have a newcomer, RQ Mika, stepping in place of GPX. But even in the Filipino stage, we saw a similar kind of upset victory from obviously Broca Azur. So it's just the rapid progression of the ladies scene that's really, really interesting that we can already see, and I can't wait to see the improvement on the course of this tournament alone as well.
Yeah, exactly. So I was thinking, RRQ Mika, that would have been a really good matchup, right? What if, so it was an automatic 3-0 for Raka Azur. So if RRQ actually takes this series, they're going to move forward and possibly go up against Raka Azur, these two runner-ups that beat like the powerhouses of the respective countries. It's going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, the matchups are certainly going to be very, very interesting as you progress through the tournament. Again, we're still on day one, and there's already a lot of things that are getting me excited here in the matchups. Like you said, if somehow an upset happens here in the upper brackets, we always have that lower bracket match, and we all know, especially from a lot of the tournaments, a lot of the international tournaments, that when the teams get knocked down to the lower brackets, it seems like they just level up, right? Because the higher stakes there, you're fighting for your tournament lives. We'll have to see. Again, obviously everyone wants to try to stay in that upper bracket position. You don't want to be in the lower bracket. You don't want to have that additional pressure on you competing already in front of a crowd. But
yeah,
there's always that second chance for all the teams here, and we'll have to see again, because I don't know, Kim. The lower bracket meta seems to be a pretty efficient meta so far in the MLBB esports scene.
Yeah, I mean, even in MPL and the bigger tournaments, right? Like, there's this lower bracket buff. But I'm not so sure. Yeah, I do have to agree with you. I'm not so sure if you want to head straight to that lower bracket, have that like one life, right? You can get eliminated anytime. So I wouldn't want that, of course. For Reborn and RRQ, you definitely have to give it your best for this round. I mean, it is day number one. Still a lot of matches ongoing for the entire week, by the way. It's going to span up until Sunday this week, so better tune in to the UniPin Ladies Series. And of course, don't forget to follow our social media pages as well. UniPin Ladies Series on Facebook, on Instagram, for more updates on future tournaments, because I'm pretty sure this is not the last UniPin Ladies Series.
Definitely not, man. Especially considering how it's going and considering that they've already implemented something new. So they're very meta into the esports scene as well. Global ban system has been implemented in this tournament, ladies and gentlemen, for match number one, match number two, the entire tournament. And the global ban is definitely going to be very, very interesting. But it's time.
I love how you pointed that out, Mirko. Actually, I do want to ask you, what's it like? I mean, I've never casted a tournament yet. I mean, I've only watched, but I've never casted like a tournament that implemented global bans. So this is going to be, well, a milestone for me, the first one for me. So what's it like? Are you going to like bring out the meta picks first and then go for the uncontemporary picks? Or is it like mix and match? Like, so far, what's it like for you?
Well, we're going to take a look at the video intro first, though, Burger Kim, before we answer that question. There they are, the two lineups for today's matches. Again, RRQ Mika taking on Reborn. But yeah, speaking of that global ban system, we have seen that global ban system in the MDL, and I have had the pleasure to cast a few of the matches there as well. The thing is, though, Kim, I can't tell you exactly how it's going to play out here because it's different. In MDL, still a best of 3. Here, it's a best of 5. So we're going to see even more unique heroes. And the ladies here, man, they're going to have to pull a lot of maybe just, out of the zone picks, out of their comfort zone picks.
Yeah, aside from out of the comfort zone, I feel like they also have to put in those heroes together. They have to mix up well to be able to form in that type of lineup that they want. So they can't just, pick up this, pick up that just because it's available. They also have to consider like the overall picture. You did mention it is a best out of 5. So, who knows? It might actually stretch up all the way until game number 5. It does happen. And for Reborn, like what you mentioned, there's not a lot of VODs about them. There's not a lot of information. So I like that there is that sort of mystery towards them, right? You don't know what they're going to pull out. It's like a deck of cards. You can just pick anything out and, well, who knows what you can get.
Oh, we're going to take a look at the official team lineup, though. The main 5 for Reborn. It's Asphaloth, Jess, Maj, Sunny, and Hyuni. So, got Sunny, Hyuni. Got a synergized name.
Yeah, I was about to ask, are they twins? But maybe it's just their IG. And I think Hyuni and Tuni, they are the mid lane and the roamer of Reborn. So they definitely have that synergy. Even their IGNs are already synergized as early as now.
Well, fun little fact, Kim. There's another twin. There's another similar name, but it's not on Reborn. It's actually on RQ Mika. Because they have Quinny, right? So Sunny, Hyuni, Quinny, I don't know. Maybe they can join a team together one day.
Ini, teams of Ini. And speaking of the lineup of RRQ, here you have it. You have Ash, Geogoy, NG, and there you go, Quinny and Lele Pinkan. Did I say that right?
You got it spot on. And again, this is the RQ Mika roster. Once again, this is a double-edged sword for Reborn, right? There's not a whole lot of data about them. It could be a good thing. It could also be a bad thing. Being good means that, RQ Mika doesn't have a lot of data when it comes to that banning phase, when it comes to the draft. What do they target? What do they respect? Meanwhile, for Reborn, they know exactly what comfort heroes RQ Mika likes. They can just leave it up for grabs, again, using that global ban system, implementing it in the draft. Do they want to take their heroes, prio heroes first, or leave it up for the grab? Take it away and we'll pick it up later on in the series. It just adds a whole nother aspect of mind games when we're talking about the global ban system.
Yeah, you mentioned the mind games. I was able to watch the entire thing, the grand finals of the Malaysia-Singapore qualifiers, which Reborn actually got the grand finals. They never lost a match, by the way, during the regular season. They only struggled during the grand finals. And the caster was actually able to ask one of the players of Reborn, okay, how did you guys pick up this hero to bait out a certain hero from the other team? And they actually said that yes, it was a strategy from them to bait out other heroes from the other team. So I feel like Reborn could actually do that in game number 1. I mean, this is their playground, right? They can put out anything, maybe bait out something from RRQ Mika to put it out as early as game number 1.
You're right. Again, it's all going to come down to the wits of the players and maybe possibly the coaches here as we go into a best of 5 global ban system. Just as a reminder for you guys back at home, if you guys don't know what a global ban system means or what implications it will have in the game, the global ban system is basically when one team picks a set of heroes, they can no longer pick that set of heroes in the next game. Obviously, their opponents can still pick the heroes that the other team picked, but after they pick it once, done. They got to change the entire set once again. They cannot play one hero for the entire series.
Yep, and the same hero can only be reused in the 7th game, just in case it's a best. Well, this could apply to this is actually applicable in the grand finals, which is a best out of 7 in case they actually reach game number 7. So it's actually quite interesting that you put this in play. There's a lot of strategies, especially I feel like for the analysts of each team, it's going to be, well, it's really going to be a field day for them, especially for Reborn. I mean, you don't have a lot of information about them. This is your playground. This is your time to just put out something new, right? And I honestly love uncontemporary picks. I don't know about you, Mirko. I have to say this, I'm a huge Bigatron fan. That's actually what pulled me in to the Indonesian scene, because I mean Bigatron, they've been playing on contemporary picks. Coach Age, I was so impressed, and after that, I was just like watching MPL Indonesia. I enjoyed it very much.
Yo, kid, that season 7. When I joined,
Yeah.
when I started casting for MPL ID, that's why I picked Bigatron Alpha. That's why I was actually a very big fan of Bigatron Alpha, and because of that, I got into the Bigatron world, right? Following their MDL team, and even here, their WSL, their ladies scene team. And when we're talking about Bigatron era, right? They changed their name recently from Bellatron. They're still on a win
Bellatron,
streak,
yeah.
and they are looking as strong as ever. But however, we are going to stay on the point of these two teams here that are going to be competing again. Reborn versus RRQ Mika. Two lineups are ready. We here in the caster desk also are very, very ready for the match. And as we talk about the dual ban system, as we talk about the diversity of the picks, like you mentioned, I agree. I have always been biased towards the team who goes for crazy picks, because you always want to see those crazy picks work out.
Yeah.
Right? You want to see some freshness in the draft, and I think with the global ban system, this is a guarantee.
Yeah, I always tell this to my co-casters. Like every time we cast a game, it's just like, okay, it's going to be the same thing. And I think, to spice things up, this global ban is actually quite interesting for me. I would love to see, new heroes that I personally love that haven't been used in the professional scene. So hopefully, I've already seen a game of Reborn. They brought out that hero, and whenever that hero like pops up, I'm already gonna love the team so much. I'm so biased towards a certain hero. I think when it pops up, I'm gonna let you know.
Yeah, all right. I have the same biasness towards a certain hero as well. I think a lot of people know. Maybe you don't know. You will know when it gets
I will
picked.
know,
Same
yeah.
with Kim. Yeah. Well, we'll just see. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting for the draft for match number 2 to start. Again, speaking on the draft, speaking on the play style, actually, any notes on how Reborn plays the game? Because RRQ Mika, from the matches that we've seen this season, this new refined version of RRQ Mika, they actually really like to, again, play with the normal identity. In that early stage, get Ash ahead on the Assassins, bring it, snowball it over to the mid game, where then Quinny takes on that carry role, obviously in the gold lane in this meta. And that's how usually RRQ Mika games go. They play for Ash up until a point where they can actually play and funnel over to the gold laner, Quinny.
Yeah, you've been highlighting Ash a lot. I do have to highlight the XP laner as well for RRQ Mika. It's not so often that you see like an XP laner playing a mage in the Barca. It's crazy, right? Like putting a mage, but it does make sense. Mages can poke in the XP lane and can dish out damage. It has the range. So RRQ Mika, they're so creative. I feel like for this particular match, I feel like they can give Reborn a run for their money. Like, maybe in terms of the draft, I don't know. Okay, for Reborn, they're a relatively new team. I think they had another name before this. Like it wasn't Reborn, so they combined it, so they became Reborn Singapore. So, well, like what you mentioned, there's not a lot of information about them, and I've been watching the grand finals of the UniPin Ladies Series as well for their particular region, and I feel like for game number 1, this is where you actually want to bring out the crazy picks. Like they've already brought out the crazy picks in the grand finals of their respective series, so I feel like that could be the case here as well.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case. Again, it's not a strange strategy to see when we're talking about the global ban system, leaving out the prio heroes, the meta heroes, the heroes that you would usually see just banned out straight in the entire series. Here, why not? Just open that up so that they use it and we have the chance to pick it up later on in the series, forcing a lot of just bans from the enemy team to target towards those heroes specifically and leaving us open with a lot. And again, this is just so hard to explain, right? When we're talking about the global ban system and how it will actually work in the heads of the players, because again, there's going to be so many levels to this. In the normal draft, maybe we could say that the coaches, the players need to be 3 steps ahead of their opponents. Here in the global ban system, I don't know how many steps ahead you need to be, right? You need to literally predict the entire series. If you just talk about a best of 3, it's different. This time, again, best of 5. This is 5. The coaches have a whole lot to think about, the players as well, and they're going to have to, again, if it does go all the way to a full 5-game series, I'm expecting crazy. I don't know. I mentioned the Layla in match 1. I just threw that out
Who
there as a
knows?
troll pick. I mean, even without the gold ban Kim, yesterday, MPLID, we saw Bruno picked by Bigatron Alpha. So, we might see some crazy picks.
Mia in
Oh, yeah.
FPLID as well, right? I mean, if you're gonna make me pick between the Layla or the Mia, I would definitely go for the Mia. It has more mobility, right? I mean, as compared to the Layla. So I feel like, I mean, among all the marksmen that Mobile Legends has, Layla is the hardest one to master. It doesn't have any dash. It doesn't have anything to, like, no escape mechanisms at all. So yeah, I mean, if Reborn actually pulls that card out, I don't even know what they're thinking. But it's a best out of 5, like what you said, Mirko, and anything can happen in this match. So it's really up to the coaches how to play this, and I'm pretty sure both Reborn and RRQ Mika have done their respective homeworks up against these other teams. They've been given their schedules, and of course, it's a very long tournament, right? You're gonna go all the way up until Sunday, so I'm pretty sure they're prepared for whoever they're gonna go up against. Like, who knows if Reborn takes this? I think it could be an upset, right? RQ Mika is a favorite as well in Indonesia.
Definitely, it definitely could be an upset. I think there is one thing I can highlight about RRQ Mika. They are a very, very strong team. Yes, they always seem to be calm and composed, but in the grand finals against Bigatron era, it was a different RRQ Mika. It was a very different RRQ Mika because they've actually met in the regular season. RRQ Mika were able to take Bigatron era down. This is something that's a feat in Indonesia, in the ladies scene, because we all know how strong Bigatron era has been, consistently winning 16 win streak in tournaments. Oh my god, yeah, we all know the achievements.
Insane.
And the fact that RRQ Mika were able to take them down with relative ease, actually, during the regular season, everyone thought that, the era is gone, the era is done. Turns out in the grand finals, I don't know what happened, but either RQ Mika slightly underperformed under the bright lights there, under the shining lights. The pressure was too much for them to handle, or Bigatron era improved that much. But if it was the case, the first possibility was the real answer, as pressure. That's going to come down here. It's UniPin Southeast Asian Championship, right? It's the Ladies Series Southeast Asian Championship. Now it's a bigger stage. It's an international stage. They need to have to fix that pressure problem that they have, if that was a problem in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, pressure, it is normal. I mean, even for you and me, I'm pretty sure, like, every time you stepped in here, like, there's always that little pressure, but you gotta take it away from you and focus on what's happening right now, because, well, this is all that you got. And for RQ Mika and Reborn, I'm glad that, UniPin is actually opening up doors for other regions as well. I mean, I was surprised that there was a Mekong region. I was surprised that, they wanted to expand to, like, Malaysia and Singapore, which means that, there are some ladies, they're afraid to play. Maybe it's because, there's no spot for them. Maybe there's not much tournaments for them. I know the Indonesian scene, the female MLBB scene in particular in Indonesia, is huge. So this is big as well for the other developing regions. So I would love to see more of this. Like, maybe in the future, who knows, it could be a LAN event where everyone can just come together. That would be so nice.
That's the dream. That's the dream, right? Again, oh yeah, you're right. Just imagining it, I'm getting goosebumps. Hopefully, this ladies series, the ladies scene in esports, in MLBB esports, keeps on developing at this rapid stage, and we get to a point where we can do actual LAN events with all the players. Similar to an MSC, to an M3, an M4 event. That would be so cool, especially because we're seeing right now the ladies scene. Let's talk a little bit about like how much progression we've seen in the past just few months, right? Since MWI. Bigatron era alone, I've heard, during some scrims, they've gone against MDL, MPL teams, and they've been able to like make it competitive. They've been able to get some wins over, the classic teams, the teams that we've known for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, right? The girls, like, it's an all-girl team, okay? It's not a mixed team. So a lot of people, actually in particular the Philippines, there's a lot of really strong players, girls in particular. They just don't want to, get into the scene. They're afraid, there might be, a little bit of toxicity. There might be, no roles for them to have. But actually, you know what? This this UniPin Ladies Series is actually great. It's fantastic, and it's actually opening so much more teams in the Philippines. Like for the longest time, it has been like Bren, Smart Omega. It's always them. Even for you guys, right? It's GPX and Bigatron. So now, I mean, I'm seeing all these like tiny teams that are supported by esports personalities here in the Philippines, like emerging. So I would love to see more of that in the future. And for casters as me as well. Like I love this. I mean, you're giving highlight platforms to female, not just players, even casters as well. I mean, there's a lot of really good casters, females in particular, in the Philippines. So hopefully they'll be here next time as well.
Definitely, completely agree with you. Once again, though, we're still waiting for the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Please do be patient with us because we are ironing a few, maybe, tweaks in there when it comes to the players getting ready. Again, we always have fair play as our number one priority. If the players aren't ready, we will wait till everything is sorted out. And while we're waiting, while we're talking about all these different scenes, I wanna talk a little bit about maybe the prio picks for this meta because it's been very diverse. The prio picks, the draft has been very interesting to say the least. For the patch that we've seen recently, and we are gonna get another patch as well very, very soon. I think in the middle of September with the whole talent rework. That's gonna be another thing.
Oh yeah, that's another thing.
I've seen it, and oh my god, they've done a lot of changes, and that's gonna add like so much creativity for the players to tweak, because you guys will see that, but we'll stick on the point again here where prio picks. Bauman has been rising to the top, and I've actually spoken to a few coaches in the MPL. They've said to me that like next week of MPL ID, we're probably gonna see Bauman contested in the first phase.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Bauman. Who would have thought, right? It's a basic hero. I mean, it's a starter hero, in fact, and it's so easy to master. I think that's the thing. Even I can do like a Bauman jungle. Like it's so easy to master, and not to mention like it's like a double retri. You get the lethal counter. You press in that retribution. It's almost like a sure secure on the objective for most teams. And Bauman, I think it will also be highly contested here as well in the female scene. I mean, I know you want to see like assassins, I know you want to see those crazy picks, but I think Bauman could possibly be like one of the contested picks, if not banned, for Reborn and RRQ Mika. I also do have to point out the mid lane matchup as well for both teams, for both Reborn and RRQ Mika. They've been spamming that Julian a lot. So I feel like, Reborn could have been taking notes. They could ban it away from RRQ, or perhaps, maybe steal it away for themselves. That could actually be the case. I mean, especially since Mirko, I'm pretty sure you know that if you are comfortable with the hero, it's definitely going to do wonders for your team. I mean, it's different to play a hero that, you can play it, but you're not that comfortable with it. So there's a difference.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion about like this whole topic in general, right? Do you want to just secure prio picks, or do you want to secure comfort picks? Because it's two different picks. One is very strong, but maybe not particularly in your hands. It's just really strong in general. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping straight into the player camp, finally getting a look at the faces maybe of confidence from RRQ Mika, as all of them are having a good time. They're just smiling, and this is a very, very good look for RRQ Mika. They're confident.
Oh, is that I'm not so sure what breed of dog is that in the middle. I mean, it does take the stress away, right? Yeah, I thought it was a pillow too. I was like, oh wait, it's moving. I think it's moving. Yeah, it is. So, I mean, it does take away the stress. There's a lot of like, I'm seeing a lot of pillows, a lot of blankets. I think this is the same case for like Smart Omega. It's like their comfort zone, right? They have all these like stuffed toys. They have all these pillows all around them. So I think it relaxes them before the match. And you did mention the pressure as well. So it's a big factor, especially for players. This is the first game. Well, technically the first game for the UniPin Ladies C Championship. And what a way to actually open this with RRQ Mika and Reborn.
Let's take a look at it once again. This is a very familiar territory, right? They've had so much experience. RRQ Mika, especially the roster, just them in general, the players, they have much more experience than Reborn. Playing in a competitive stage, WSL, especially the players here, Ash, Quinny, we've seen them for such a long time. Geogoy as well. Just this entire roster, right? It feels like this is a roster that we've seen before, and this is a roster that have proven to the world that they're here to, compete for trophies. They're here as legit contenders. Meanwhile, for Reborn, they have a lot to prove as a team. They need to be able to level up against one of the powerhouses, I believe, in the MLBB ladies scene.
Yeah, it's the first runner-up in Indonesia, and for Reborn, they are actually the champions in their respective region. And speaking of like boot camps and being together, our Kumika, they're all in one place. So I feel like it's gonna matter, right? The shot calls, you can feel it. I mean, they're right beside you. And I think for Reborn, if I'm not mistaken, they're not all in the same place. So do you think that will matter, Mirko? Like the shot calls, or is it like pretty much still the same thing? I mean, they were able to pull it off, but I mean, in a stage as big as this, like the C Championships, do you think it'll matter that they're not in the same place? They're in like their respective houses. What do you think about that?
Well, again, for me, especially when it comes to the highest level of competition, every little thing, every little advantage you can get is a welcomed one, is a very, very big one, actually. Those the little things that the pro player do, that the team does in general, that the normal average ranked player doesn't. Those are the little things that that differentiate them from the rest of the crowd. And I think with them having a boot camp, a gaming house of their own, living together, and obviously getting that synergy down to a T, it's definitely going to be a massive advantage, right? When you compare it to Reborn, who are playing maybe individually from their houses. Boot camps have, there's a reason boot camps are a thing, right? There's a reason even in traditional sports they have boot camps to get the teams really just to understand each other and to get a common understanding within the team.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ Mika, they've been, I actually checked out their profile. They've been together for quite some time. So, I mean, synergy is already there. And, what better way to actually, pump up that synergy by just, staying together for a long time? I mean, who would have thought actually that esports would actually reach this point, right? Like, having boot camps, it actually being a legit career path. I mean, for me, back in my time, I mean, it wasn't a thing. It was actually frowned upon. Like, I mean, if you're playing games, you're probably like, you don't really care much about life. You're just playing games and that's it. And but now, I mean, it's so nice to see these ladies actually shine, actually having a boot camp, and it's a legit career path. And now, I mean, wow, they're here in UniPin Ladies Series. So it's crazy how esports has progressed, and hopefully in the future, there's gonna be more opportunities like this, more tournaments like this. I mean, you already have WSL in Indonesia, right? So more tournaments for them. So hopefully more to come for our ladies in the scene, and hopefully it grows bigger and more people will actually, put their eyes on the ladies here.
Absolutely. It's a dream come true. It really is. It's a dream come true when it comes to just esports, the rapid progression of MLBB esports across the world, giving us so much joy, especially during the tough times, during the pandemic, on the quarantine, all that. Esports was one of the only only sporting events, right, that kept on going throughout the pandemic, and it really did help a whole lot of people. And now we're finally seeing that level of respect given, right? This is a thing now. It's considered as a sport in a lot of the events as well. It's MLBB was in Asian Games and SEA Games, right?
SEA Games.
So it wasn't SEA Games. It's brilliant seeing all the esport titles as well, and we're just starting. This is just the beginning for the esport world, and I can't wait to see where it takes us with more eyes. Definitely, we will be getting a lot more attention, a lot more everything. Right, the team's gonna get more competitive as well because there's more players stepping into the scene. Player base equals to players. Players equals to just whole lot of exposure, and I love to see it, especially here with UniPin. Love what they're doing with the Ladies Series. Again, giving the platform to the ladies for them to progress, for them to show what they've got in the MLBB scene.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, for me, I've seen a lot of different types of people. I've met a lot of really good friends as well, but just by playing the game, I mean, it's insane. Who would have thought, right? I mean, for someone like, for me, I usually play alone. So, I didn't really have any friends. Most of my friends, they weren't so interested in mobile games. So I was like, hey, let's try this thing. And I actually really enjoyed it. I had like background in MOBA anyway. So when this came out, I was like, oh, okay, there's actually a mobile version of it. And then I tried it. I really had fun. And to the point that even like people outside, like the other day I was buying French fries. So I was waiting in line and I was like, what's taking this guy so long? And apparently he was actually on break and he was playing Mobile Legends. So he was like, okay, hold on a second, just stay there. I'm gonna get your order, but let me just finish my game. I'm on a ranked game. I'm like, okay, yeah, just go do your thing. Take my order later. And I was actually, enjoying like a healthy conversation with him about the game, and then we became friends afterwards. So it's crazy, like different types of people coming in and out of esports. So it's really refreshing, especially for someone like me. I wasn't expecting this career to take off, me actually being a sportscaster in esports. So it's crazy.
We see a whole lot of stories similar to that in Indonesia too. I think everyone knows how massive it is in Indonesia. But speaking of massive, we're jumping straight into the drafts for match 2, game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for. Reborn in the blue side, RQ Mika on the red side. Let's see, Julian straight up banned.
Yeah, we did mention this, Mirko, earlier that RQ Mika in particularly Gio Goy love spamming this hero, and they've done their respective research. The Valentina obviously is gonna get banned away. I mean, this hero, give this hero a break, Mirko. This has been released last year, and up until now, I can only use the Valentina in classic games. It's almost all of the time 100% banned in ranked games. There is a reason why it's banned out. Its toolkit is completely OP. It's gonna limit out the heroes you're actually gonna put out for Reborn. So a great ban here for RQ, especially since Reborn is going to have the first pick here.
Right, Valentina adds so much, right? Like you said, it basically dictates the draft, forcing the enemy team to draft around that. You can't, you no longer can draft those big ultimates anymore. You want to try your best to just go for the non-impactful ultimates, and that's massive. Speaking of which, you ban the Valentina, you're bound to see a Faramis ban, and that's exactly what Reborn go for. They banned the Faramis here in game number 1. Again, we are using the global ban system, so we might see some of these heroes left open in the next few games because, again, global ban system. Why not just give it over to them? We have 5 more games to play. We have a whole lot of opportunities to just shut them down based on the picks. But it does seem like this is something that we've been speculating. Are they going to go for the prio bans, or are they going to go for more respect bans in the first game? They're still reading each other up. They're going for the prio bans first with the Julian. But I don't know. With the Julian, it does feel like it's a little bit of respect given by Reborn towards RQ Mika. Because like you mentioned, RQ Mika have been utilizing this pick so much. And the Akai comes out again. Another hero that we've seen Ash on a lot during the WSL playoffs.
Yeah, apparently this Akai jungle is still a thing. It has been nerfed, but it's still a thing. It's still working. And Kung Fu Panda skins are here, so don't forget to top up with UniPin. Final ban here by RQ Mika. What are they gonna take out? Is it a jungler or possibly a mid laner? Because Reborn can actually pick up a mid laner, possibly contest some heroes from Geo, limit it out from her. Like, what's a very safe choice? Usually, if you want to be safe, you go with a Thamas, okay? You go with a Thamas, you go with something like a very flex pick, right? You don't know where it's gonna go. It could actually be the XP lane, it could be the jungler, so I feel like that's a very safe choice if you don't really want to give too much information to RRQ Mika. But it's going to be the Beatrix here for Reborn. A hero that I still think is completely broken right now. No matter how many nerfs you give this hero, it still has four guns under her belt, so that's a lot, right? And Beatrix, insane damage, and the pokes in the early game. This is massive for Reborn rather. For RQ Mika, are they gonna answer it out with? Oh, they took out the Franco, so I was expecting like a Franco savior. 1-1 is open, yeah. They could go for the 1-1 here. It's a pretty good gold lane matchup if you have like a Beatrix 1-1. You have a late game insurance. The Esmeralda's gonna be picked up, but I'm not so sure. Maybe it's a comfort pick for RRQ, but Reborn can actually answer out with the Dirot.
I'm still alive.
Ooh.
Yeah, they go for the Brody in the first phase, which is, again, interesting,
Yeah.
Usually in the first phase of the picks, we usually go for Beatrix, Esmeralda, common pick, but the Brody in the first phase is what is pretty surprising. They didn't go for the Xavier, didn't go for the Eve, leaving it open for Reborn to take. And maybe again, this is the strategy coming into the global ban system. They noticed that 1-1 wasn't picked, wasn't banned. You know what? Instead of just picking it up in the first game, why don't we leave it open for the next? Reborn though, goes straight for that Sicilian. Again, another very good mid laner. Unfortunately though, he did just receive a nerf. In this patch, they also secure an XP laner to match up against Esmeralda. They go for the Uranus, which is, in my opinion, a very solid pick, a very solid hero to go up against that Esmeralda in lane. Similar pressure onto the waves, and we all know how sustainable he really is. He can distract a whole lot, and this works because they're up against a Brody in the late stage. Brody won't be able to dish out that much DPS, but man, it's an Estes pickup for RRQ Mika, and I just have one. I have one favor for RRQ Mika. Use the blacklist skin.
It's a blacklist skin. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it was coming. Yeah. And I've been spamming Estes in the ranked games. I am not so sure, actually, Mirko, about this Estes pick from RRQ Mika. I mean, there's insane bursts from the side of Reborn, in particular the Sicilian when it reaches the late game. No matter how much sustain you have, I mean, it's a Sicilian. It can burst you down instantly, especially if you get taken down by the Bat's piece, the Bat's impact. So I'm not so sure about this Estes pick, but it could be a strategy like what you mentioned, global ban picks here for both sides. It's going to be the Eve ban coming through for Reborn. Last ban here for RRQ Mika. It seems like they're limiting out the roamer and the jungler for Reborn. That's the Karina taken out for RRQ. And as for Reborn, they still don't have a jungler here. So could it be like the assassin ban coming through? Something for Ashe? Like I mean, we've seen Ashe on a Lancelot. I've also seen Ashe on a Ling. So is it going to be centered towards those tank or those assassin junglers for RRQ?
That's the question right now for RRQ Mika. They have a lot, a variety of different picks here for Ashe. She is also very good on those tanky junglers. We mentioned Balman being one of the favorites here, securing objectives very easily with the lethal counter and with the retribution. They can definitely just go for that right now. Picking up Balman with this very ube-centric kind of composition, right? Getting a utility jungler would be a solid one, getting another front line in front, but they are lacking a little bit of damage that they need to put in, most probably in that mid lane. That's why for Reborn, they went for the ban towards Jeev and Lunos, but leaving the Lilia open now, that's a whole lot of more sustainability coming from RRQ. Black shoes with healing from the Estes, Esmeralda as well. Reborn they already have DPS, but it's towards the late stage of the game. They need to secure possibly a roamer that can actually buy time in that early stage, and they need a jungler to be able to, again, withstand that early game pressure that RRQ has in the lanes.
Yep, these are like early game, especially for Lilia. She has been dubbed as the First Blood Queen. But for Reborn, you did mention there is the burst. There's also the sustain from the Uranus. So this is something that they actually need. Someone to front for the Sicilian, for the Beatrix. But what's it going to be? I feel like Reborn can pick up, well, a tanky jungler. But, there you go, Mirko. They're gonna get sustained and they're gonna actually lock in the Carmilla. Okay, there you go. Carmilla, something I haven't seen for the longest time. I've mained this hero mainly because I love her lore. I love how she looks. I love everything about this hero. And Reborn was actually one of the teams that utilized this very well in their grand finals.
Man, we were talking about the crazy picks, but I didn't expect the crazy picks to come out in game one, right? Again, a goal ban system, I thought we would see random things or more unique things throughout the series, but they're starting off strong, picking up that combo. Again, we all know the little buff that they get when you pick Sicilian and Carmilla. The Carmilla is most probably going to be a roamer here. Well, yeah. And with the Sicilian being the mage, this is going to be solid, but RRQ knowing that Reborn have a very good back line. They want something to be able to dive as well. They pick up the Ling, another signature pick for Ashe, and there you have it. Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. Both drafts wrapped up. Oh, I don't know, man. I really like Crazy, and for that reason, I'm gonna go for Reborn.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. If I'm playing the Sicilian, I'm gonna have, I mean, I like RRQ Mika if they're able to pull this off in the early stage. Like Ling gets the gank in the lanes, gets the farm very well. I feel like this composition could work, but late game, I do have to give it to Reborn, and they already have the answer to the Estes. I mean, they're gonna do Ube, right? And what better way to cancel out the Ube with the Carmilla? It's like chain damage towards RRQ Mika. So I feel like if the layering of skills, the wombo combo here from Reborn is played well, they can actually take this game. I have to agree with you, Mirko.
TSC 2020.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. We're jumping in, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of Dawn we go with the 2 drafts that have been set in stone. Again, Burger Kim, I want to ask you, so is it RRQ? Is it Reborn? What do you think? Based on drafts, give me your prediction.
Well, Reborn, only if they're able to make this lineup work, right? If the wombo combo does work, they lay out the skills just in time. But for RRQ Mika, this composition is quite scary. If they make the early game work, if they won't give Reborn the time to scale up, I think I would have to go with RRQ Mika if they're able to play this well. If they're able to scale up well in the early stages, I think that's what's going to matter here. The early stages for RRQ Mika and the late game if Reborn is actually able to make it.
Well, we'll see again, right? It comes down to the Sicilian, honestly. The Beatrix in the lane, like what we're seeing right now. The Beatrix is going to have, I don't know, it's an alright time, honestly, against the Brody. The Sicilian, however, is going to have a hard time in terms of the kill pressure, in terms of that wave clear as well. Sicilian, getting those few nerfs onto him, not really helping him in that laning phase, actually haltering him for a bit. And this, again, creates such a massive gap in that mid lane and creates a massive gap in the rotation game that RRQ Mika can just capitalize on. They already have a very good roaming jungler, the Ling. They have that mid lane pressure to just put that kill pressure all across the map. Esmeralda up top and the Brody down below. I think that's why they went for the Brody. They want that CC to set up for the ganks to happen in the gold lane.
Yeah, Vayne Ling. I mean, this is a hero that can actually reach out like different lanes as fast as possible. I mean, if the Finch Voice is available, if he's able to get in what he needs to get. But for the mid lane, I do have to agree with you. What RQ Mika is trying to do here is to have like a fast wave clear to get the ganks onto the lane. That's really gonna matter. I mean, you don't want this lineup of Reborn to scale up pretty well. I mean, Balmond, if it's farmed up really well, and we did mention the double retribution, right? The lethal counter, the retribution to securing the objectives. That could be another way that Reborn actually makes up for the late game, right? The Sicilian needs the time to scale up, and with someone being put into play, I feel like, well, if they're able to make this work, this could actually be, well, they could stretch out the game a little bit more. Yeah, okay. For RRQ Mika, well, it was an off-cam kill. They already got the first blood here. Goes to RRQ Mika. Actually went to Lele Pinkan here. Taking down the Balmond. So that's massive.
Massive. Again, the neutral objective secured by by the team. Again, this is what we expected, again, from the early stage of the game, right? The neutral objective control is going to have a whole lot of power in this matchup with RQ Mika securing the first blood now, going up top onto the Balmond. They're actually zoning the Balmond away, and guess what? This Lord Shenskin is giving him a little bit of buff, but look in the mid lane. Yumeko gonna be dove on as that's Ash still getting out with the Tempest of Blades, baiting out a few abilities and a lot of pressure from Reborn SG.
Ooh, Ash rocking in that Lord Shen skin, looking really good. But, you know, we're not talking about the skins right now. We're talking about the composition here of Reborn. So it is a Balmond. You mentioned that, you know, it's really difficult at this early stage, right? You have a Camilla roaming for Reborn SG. I mean, pretty much you're going to be babysitting the gold lane here, the Beatrix. And for Ash, he's been having a splendid time taking in all the resources as compared to Jess, who was taken down in the early stages, and now I think this is going to be big. The first turtle off the game. Is it going to go to Jess, or is it going to go to Reborn, or is it going to go to RRQ?
Let's see. 17 seconds for the first turtle to spawn, ladies and gentlemen. And that's going to be RRQ Mika and Reborn SG. Both already, they're setting up for it. Beatrix in the bottom side already. Madge, he's looking for a play here. But look at Ash jumping in once again. Oh, and the Carmilla. Attempted blade is going to be popped as well. Defiant blade not going to be used there, as that's the Tornapar memory to secure the kill. Calculative damage as the Nibiru's Passion will be popped by Madge to clear out the waves. But the turret falls, and RRQ Mika, they secure a double kill onto the hands of Quinny. You can see Lele Pinkan already coming in, helping to secure the turtle, and that's going to be a free, uncontested turtle for RRQ Mika.
This is not good for Reborn. I mean, early stage, they're definitely gonna suffer, right? I mean, Cecilion, the Beatrix, these heroes still need time, especially for the Beatrix. You need to get in those items first, and as you can notice, like RRQ already rotated here to the top side. Quinny already going here, so I mean that's gonna open up a lot for RRQ Mika. The map control, I mean the objectives. I mean it's gonna be difficult, right? Knowing that one of your towers already gone down in the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, and this is very, very intelligent by RRQ Mika, knowing that Brody has taken siege down the turret bottom side. They rotated Quinny up top to get another turret, and so far from Reborn, it's just been, you know, them reacting to the plays, the proactive movements from RRQ Mika. RRQ have been dictating the rotations and that early game pressure, and Reborn will need to try to look for some trades here, as Ash is even able to just rotate down below, putting in some pressure back onto that bottom side. And look at the way RRQ Mika are playing the map. They're now most probably going to play into that mid lane, trying to secure that final outer turret.
Yeah, now Asphalt here on the bot side, so I feel like for RRQ Mika, they're just going to take as much objectives as they can, because it's going to be deadly for them when it comes to the late game. They know that very well, so pretty much they're doing very great here in the 6-minute mark. They already got 3 kills as compared to Reborn. Like we mentioned, they're just very reactive. This is not something that you want. RRQ is going all aggressive here, even taking down the mid lane. That's almost total map control for them. Top, bot, and mid already went to RRQ. 3 towers as early as the 6-minute mark.
They're staying disciplined. That's what's really special, right? RRQ Mika, they got the lead. They have a 3,000 gold lead now, and with the items, we're going to take a look at it. But they are really disciplined. Once they get objectives, they instantly fall back and wait for the next.
Yeah, and on the bot side though, I mean, they did switch up, but you know, for RQ and Reborn, they're like, okay, we're not gonna give you that. They're gonna go straight ahead into the turtle, and yeah, I feel like there's not gonna be any contest here for Reborn. If this keeps up, this is gonna give a lot of gold, a lot of XP towards RQ Mika. That's something that you wouldn't want. So for Reborn, they're just gonna try to take in this tower on the top side. Okay, I mean, pretty much they are trying to even out the tower takes that RQ Mika is trying to get. But now, Bat's Impact and Bat's Beast has been casted here by Reborn. But I think, Mirko, that is not a good move for the side of Reborn. They're gonna get taken down here. Down goes another. Wow, no answer from Reborn. It's still RQ Mika leading this game. Map control, kill score, even the gold lead is all going towards them.
Absolutely, yeah. Sandwich maneuver as they use that early game control with the map pressure that they have to instantly just rotate again onto that top side, looking for the punishment. Falling Star Moon once again by Lele Pinkan, trying to just put Sun down with that Falling Star Moon, immobilizing him for a bit just to get Quinny the extra space to take that turret down. Meanwhile, Yumeko in the mid lane was trying to just dish out the bad impact out, but the damage is just certainly not there yet for this Sicilian in the early game. Still kind of struggling. 8 minutes in, we still have to wait for a bit longer to see that Sicilian hit that power spike, especially because Sicilian has fallen in this game once already. But they are looking for something in the bottom side. Ash needs to be very, very careful, but so does Reborn SG with the backup that RQ Mika has just been coming down with.
Yeah, I mean, Reborn, they don't really know where to position themselves right now. Oh, there's gonna be a clash here in the mid side.
Oh, look at the mid lane again. Lele Pinkan trying to dish out the damage. Ash jumping into that backline, finishing him with the balls from Geogoi, as that's going to be another kill coming down in that mid lane. Quinny dealing that burst damage over to Asphalot on the Uranus. Even with the consecration, with the sprint, she wasn't able to withstand that much. And RQ Mika 7-0 lead. They're gonna go for the Lord, and it doesn't seem like Reborn SG have any means of contesting this.
Yeah, what happened is that clash. It could have been like 2 members down for RRQ Mika. That was the ultimate coming out from the Carmel. Damage coming out from the Sicilian, from the Beatrix. It was unfortunate that actually Asbot as well as Uni went down there in 3 versus 5. Automatically, RRQ Mika is going to go for the objectives, and now they got Lord here in as early as the 9-minute mark.
Well, with this Lord, they're going to certainly be able to do a whole lot with it, with the map pressure once again. We're going to see them as they use this Lord to march down the base. Let's see if they are able to actually close out the game in a dominant fashion here. They have Reborn's number. It's 7-0, a massive gold lead built up. And again, they're just setting up for the waves once again here, Cam, as they look for the close.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want this lineup to scale up as well. I mean, if I were RRQ Mika, I would play as aggressively as they are right now. They got the Lord, and I mean, this could push out like some of the turrets, at least the inhibitors here, as early as the 9-minute mark. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure RRQ Mika, they're gonna take what they can get, and then afterwards, you know, maybe go straight for the base, maybe the second Lord. I mean, they already have total map control here. They can even, you know, take out the resources away from Jess, which, by the way, she has been struggling so much in the early stages of the game, and you know, the rotations have been completely disintegrated for Reborn. I mean, they wanted to have a nice rotation, but it's RRQ Mika that has been dominating so far.
Oh, we're talking about value. They have gotten value with that first Lord, definitely. Ash, though, with the Finch Boys, just barely able to get out from the range. If that lethal counter came out, I'm pretty sure Ash would have just paid that turret with her life. And now we're going to take a look at the items once again, as it seems like things have calmed down. But maybe, yeah, there you go. Lele Pinkan, she's looking for that zone on towards the Beatrix. Madge not going to be able to dish out the damage onto the minions, and that's another base turret taken down.
Oh, there's the lightning truncheon already secured in by Yumeko. Also the lineup that Reborn SG got an epic comeback with, so we can just count them out yet. But 11 minutes in, and this is how aggressive RRQ Mika is going. They already got they got all the inhibitor towers down, and if they get a wipeout here, this could be the end here for RRQ Mika. That's Hazaplot going down as well. So, wow, total display of domination here by RRQ.
Wait. You can go for the end here. Quinny putting the damage onto the base. The minions as well. Lele Pinkan, very aggressive. He goes in, but he's going to get shut down. Finally, Reborn SG able to fight back, getting a kill on the board. And RRQ Mika noticing that, you know what? Let's just recall. Let's just wait for the next Lord. 10 seconds. Not a long wait time. Ash, though, look at how massive she is currently, taking everything in the enemy jungle. And we don't usually see this. A Ling 3 levels ahead of a Bauman.
Yeah, Jess is so behind here on this Bauman. We were talking about getting in the objectives, and so far, Reborn has been struggling in the early stages. I mean, they've been only reacting to what RRQ Mika has been doing so far, and now RRQ, they're going to go straight for this Lord. I feel like Reborn, they're going to try to contest this one. There is the Uranus, there is also the Bauman to contest, but they're not going to get anything. RRQ is going to take the Lord, and Zuni goes down.
Yeah, and Ash just dives in, picking up a double kill. That's a stun by Quinny. Torn apart memory, not needed there, as he just goes in, takes the basic attack on towards the Reborn member. 3 for 0. The Lord also going to RRQ Mika. Yumeko has high ground, but the damage isn't enough. The stacks falling start with locking both of them in place, as the torn apart memory finishes her off. RRQ Mika, 13 minutes is all they need without the Lord. Kim, they're able to take the game.
Calm and collected for RRQ Mika. Absolutely no pressure at all. I think what went down in that particular match was the rotations of RRQ. They know if this lineup scales up for Reborn SG, it's not going to do them well in the late game. So they're like, you know what? Late game, let's not give them that. Let's just end it as fast as possible. 30 minutes in the clock, they were able to end it. So, wow, I don't think Reborn was able to get any kills in that match. Am I right?
One kill. The one kill on Lele Pinkan when she dove under the base to try to secure the 11th minute victory. But man, complete shutout, a domination, a stomp in the first game. But again, with the global ban system, they're no longer going to be able to pick those same heroes that really just dominated the game one. What do you think, though? I feel like, yeah, I don't know. RRQ Mika just had Reborn's number by the books. The rotation game was on point, and they stayed disciplined to the end. They didn't force any fights apart from that one time, but you know, they only lost Lillipinkan, so they didn't really lose much in that fight anyways.
Yeah, it all started with that bot side tower being taken down by RRQ, and I think right after that, it all just went downhill for Reborn. They didn't know where to rotate. They were like, okay, bot side tower is gone. What are we gonna do next? Okay, they're all the way in the top side. What are we gonna do? We're gonna respond to that. And they were just all over. For me, Reborn was just all over the place. They didn't know what to do. I think they were completely taken aback by what RRQ Mika did. You know, the rotations were so on point here, and I think that's really what made them win the game. I mean, with the Ling being put into play, if you're, like what I said, if you're able to farm it up really well in the early stages, you can definitely take this game as early as the 13-minute mark.
What enabled Ashe to actually get that snowball rolling was obviously that Demon Slayer emblem. Going on the Ling, usually we have seen different emblems on the Ling, even in MPLID, with some players preferring the Killing Spree still over the Demon Slayer, but we see the extreme value that Ashe is able to get with the Demon Slayer emblem on her hands, just completely taking everything, invading the Balman, which is again something that we don't usually see. We usually see the Balman doing the thing, doing that invasion to the Ling. But I think it's because, again, of that mid lane pressure, Kim. Lilia just has so much wave pressure, kill pressure even, against the Sicilian, and they weren't really able to match that. They were pinned into that mid lane, and they weren't really able to look for any rotations. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump straight into the match highlight for Match 2, Game 1.
Yeah, this was particularly interesting for RRQ Mika. They actually even rotated to the top side with Quinny. He got an early killing spree, and I mean, Brody, I mean, if you guys don't really know, like, it's super fast in pushing the lanes. I think he got the BOD as early as the less than 5 minutes he already got it, so that was a massive factor. And this was actually the play that Reborn SG did. There was a Curse of Blood being casted there by Carmilla that could have been like 2 or 3 members down, but unfortunately RRQ Mika was so fast to react. They were able to hop in that Blessing of the Moon God, and unfortunately it went the other way. Actually, Reborn SG was the one who got taken down there. 2 kills instantly, and RRQ Mika, right after those 2 lords, it was just pretty much a walk in the park for them. They got all the inhibitors, and it was just really difficult for Reborn SG to actually prolong the game even further.
That was what is really surprising, right? They got the base turrets taken down without the help of the Lord. The Lord was actually taken down, and you can see the precise engagement and the targeting by RRQ Mika. That's just spot on. Every single time, always pressuring the damage dealers, the high ground control. And this is that final moment, the 13th minute of the game, where again, they didn't need the Lord. They just went in knowing exactly who to target, Falling Star Moon, and instantly Quinny with that torn apart memory. The synergy is unreal for this team, and maybe, yeah, there you go. As I say it, I wanted to say, Quinny, is she the MVP? Well, she is. 7-0-4. Extremely amazing KDA for your MVP of Match 2, Game 1.
Yeah, you know what, Mirko? A lot of people are wondering, okay, you pick the Estes, and then your jungler's gonna be the Ling, so the Estes can't really chase the Ling, right? To go in for the heals. It's actually, I don't think that was for the Ling. It was actually in particular for the gold laner here. It was so fast. I mean, you have the sustain, you can just go in and push those lanes. It was very fast for RRQ, and therefore they were able to take this game as fast as the 13-minute mark. I mean, we could possibly see this in the next stage. I mean, if you get like a 2-0, it's gonna be, well, it's still pretty much possible for Reborn to go in for that reverse sweep. But I mean, best out of 5, right? You want to get all those points as much as possible. You want to get in really fast and move straight into the next game.
Yeah, and remember, like you mentioned, we have actually seen the Sicilian Carmilla played by Reborn before, so perhaps they tried to use their comfort strat in the early stage of the series already in the first game. If now that's taken out with the global ban system, what are they going to go for game number 2, right? Maybe they might just be forced to play something out of their comfort zone already. With the bans that we've seen, maybe now RRQ are going to leave open a few of the heroes that they banned in the first phase, in the first game. The Valentina, maybe we might see it. Fairness as well. At this point, we're just going to have to see again, global ban. They can't just give it over because it's going to be bad the next game anyways. Just limit those hero pools and force them into uncharted territories. But in game 1, it was both of the teams reading each other out in the drafts, and overall, RRQ Mika with the better execution to end it in 13 minutes. Splendid victory by RRQ. But again, like you mentioned, Reborn definitely have a chance to come back, even more so now because the global ban system. Comfort heroes gone. Ling on Ashe, no longer.
Right. I mean, Reborn, I've noticed something about their VODs. I mean, I've been watching the replays, and most of the time they like banking on the heroes that have like the late game potential. If not the Sicilian, they go for like maybe a carry. They always play around with that play style. So I think RRQ Mika kind of knows that fact. They're like, okay, you know what? You guys want to play in the late game? We're not going to give you any late game. We're just going to, take in all the towers. That was super fast. I actually, in a blink of an eye, I was like, wow, that's like 3 towers immediately for RRQ Mika. So I think for this next game for Reborn, maybe they should not be so reactive to what RRQ is doing. Maybe they actually should try to be aggressive as well. I mean, they were so passive in game number 1. I think that was also a problem, right? I mean, passive RRQ is super aggressive, so I think you kind of have to answer that in the early stages. I mean, they got a Balmond, they got a Carmilla. These are heroes that can do pretty well in the early stages of the game. So I think that's something that Reborn should take into consideration as well.
Yeah, a lot of the wins against RRQ Mika in the WSL has been through that early invasion, getting Ashe shut down from the get-go, especially on the playmaking heroes such as Ling. If you, as a team, especially now Reborn, you have the Balmond, you want to try your best to just limit that the creeps that Ashe is able to get. Try to shut her down from the get-go, and we didn't see that, unfortunately, in game number 1. Again, maybe they're just still reading each other out, right? Maybe Reborn was just caught off guard with the pick. They didn't expect the Estes. They didn't expect the Ling. I didn't expect it, certainly. After seeing the Estes, I thought they would go for maybe a marksman in the jungle, just maybe even a utility jungler. Going for the Ling with the Estes, at a glance, the synergy is just, I didn't see it because one can just go to that backline. Estes can't really jump in with him, can't really jump in with that Link to heal her up. So again, coming down to it, they still were able to execute their game plan better, splitting up the map, using the Brody's siege potential to just take turrets on the board. And I think that's something that Reborn needs to answer first. The gameplay rather than the draft.
Yep, it was so objective centered for RRQ. I mean, right after every tower take, they don't forget to get all those like jungle creeps, really leaving just starving in that first match. So for RRQ, like what you mentioned, it is a global ban. So for both teams, Reborn and RRQ, they're not allowed to use those heroes that they picked up here in game number 1, which means that, it's going to be an interesting next game. Maybe we could actually see a switch up here, like Reborn taking in the draft of RRQ and then RRQ taking in the heroes here of Reborn. Not entirely the entire draft, but maybe like some of the heroes here. Balmond, like what you mentioned, highly contested pick. RRQ could actually pick it up in the second game, and who knows, like, they're going for the aggressive. Balmond is all about the aggressive in the early stages, so that could be a possible strategy here for RRQ.
Absolutely, and remember that in game number 1, we actually saw the 1-1 left open completely, not picked nor banned. Quinny, we've seen her 1-1 in the WSL, and we know how lethal she is on the 1-1. I can't wait to see if the 1-1 gets picked up or banned this time, because again, Beatrix Brody gone, right? So they might have to ban it out now that both of those two other prio gold laners have been taken out. Obviously, we still have the Popo and Koopa, the Clint. We'll see again. For now, though, I actually really like how RRQ Mika were able to just take the game onto their hands, getting that proactive movement from the get-go, using the stuns, the lockdowns, and they utilized the draft really, really well. We questioned it. We doubted the Brody first pick. We doubted that Ling last pick, but in the end, it worked out for them. 13 minutes is, it's a very good game time for anyone. And they didn't get it with the Lord. Remember, they got the Lord, but they didn't use the Lord to actually end the game.
Yeah, they were just able to take down the main damage. I think that was the main problem there for Reborn. The backlines could be easily picked off, and that's actually, a lot of people are wondering why Estes and Ling. You need the Ling to pick off the backline damage dealers of Reborn, and RQ was able to do that. So that's really what made it very difficult for Reborn. They had a very good They got 3 very good frontliners actually, the Carmilla, the Balmond, and even the Uranus. But unfortunately enough, if you got a Ling picking off your backline damage dealer, what's next for you? You can't really engage up against RRQ. And you know what, Mirko? You were talking about the possible 1-1 pick here. I feel like a Faramis could be open up. The Estes was already picked up here by RRQ, so which means that they can't use it for the next game. I'm actually curious to see. I've seen this in rand games. I've seen this in other tournaments. The combination of Estes and Faramis. Can you imagine how much sustain that is? Like,
oh man.
I feel like if RQ was able to pull that off, right? Like, the S is already gone for them. But if they were able to, pull off a mid lane Faramis and then a roamer Estes, wow, massive sustain. And you got a fighter jungler, a utility jungler. That's like so much sustain. But I'm not so sure if the Faramis will be open up, the Valentina will be open up, since the global ban will be put into play here for game number 2. So which means the Sicilian is out for Reborn, which means that RQ can actually pick it up in the next game. So they can just, like what I mentioned, they could just switch up the heroes here.
They can. They certainly can. They can just go for the switch. They can go for the trades, perhaps, and they might just go for a different different draft entirely, just from the bans from the get-go. We did see the Julian, the Valentina, and the Faramis just completely get banned out in the first game. Now, jumping into game 2's draft. Ladies and gentlemen, again, it's still Reborn opting to stay in that blue side, so they are really, really prioritizing the first pick. Reborn with a ban, same exact ban.
Damn.
Julian, RQ, they can just go for the same, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Go for the Valentina, go for the Faramis ban later. Reborn can go for it. There. Well, we're seeing the exact same draft.
That's like deja vu for game number 1. Oh, massive respect as well for Reborn. We did talk about the Julian being spammed here by Geo, so I don't think they're gonna let it go anytime soon, especially since the Julian played in the mid lane can go so aggressive. So that's not something that you would want to give to RRQ, knowing how they played in game number 1, super aggressive. So now will Reborn actually pick up more early game heroes? That's something that they lacked in game number 1. They did have the Balmond, didn't really scale up pretty well, so now they're gonna take out the Beatrix as well for Reborn. And for RQ, are they gonna ban out the 1-1 like what you mentioned? It has been opened up in game number 1, and now with the global ban being put into play, they can actually pick it up here for Reborn, since they are gonna be having the choice of the first pick here.
RQ Mika can definitely go for the 1-1 ban right now, but they go still with the Masha, still sticking to that first game draft. Exactly the same. Valentina, Masha, and I won't be surprised if they go for the exact same draft. Well, you're already seeing some nationalism here from Reborn. The players loving and waving the Singaporean flag around as they wrap up their draft with a Faramis ban. I'm surprised. I thought that Reborn would actually leave that Faramis open, for RRQ to ban, and obviously to threaten the pick as the first pick. They have the blue side. So maybe RQ just goes for the Franco ban again. This is something that we saw in game 1. Maybe it's a respect ban towards Reborn's roamer.
Yeah, Toonie here. Toonie has made the plays actually for Reborn, not just with the Franco. Atlas could be a pickup here for Reborn. They needed someone to initiate earlier on in game number 1. They really lacked that, so it could be like a Franco ban as well coming through. I do agree with you, Mirko. Could be a Franco ban to engage for RBR, but it's going to be the Esmeralda ban here for RQ as their last ban. So Reborn, are they gonna go for the 1-1, or are they gonna go full on aggressive? They can actually pick up the Franco here. I've seen that. Franco first pick, and then pick up something as there you go. The 1-1 is going to be prioritized here by Reborn. Super lethal, especially if you get to stack up its passive, pops in that crossbow tank, your entire team could be deleted in an instant. What's RRQ gonna answer out to that? Usually it's like the Faramis pick, but the Faramis already gone here for for Reborn. So what's it gonna be for RRQ? Like Brody's out, so Beatrix is also out here. So what's a good matchup up against a 1-1 in the gold lane?
I think securing something like the Akai in the jungle will be amazing, but they go for the Yve in the mid lane. And yeah, this is actually a good response towards the 1-1 pick. Oh, there you go. That's the reason they left out the Franco to pick it up for themselves. And these two picks, it's a nightmare as a 1-1 to go up against a Franco and a Yve, especially when Yve has that ultimate, the real world manipulation, which is an Ice Queen wand. You're able to just nullify that movement, that mobility that the 1-1 has. And speaking of nullifying mobility, speaking of locking people down, Franco, Bloody Hunt. You can't use your second ability. You can't get out of that one. So Reborn now, they need to draft for the 1-1. They need to have someone who can peel. And there you go. Akai picked up. Very good pick for Reborn. A solid jungler if they do decide to put him there to just put in much needed neutral objective control, and they're going for a heavy teamfight top this time.
Yeah, they really lack the engaged Mirko. I was teasing about the Atlas, and they actually bring it out in game number 2. So for Reborn, they had a good draft, they had a good idea for game number 1, but they just really lack the initiator. Yeah, Carmilla can engage, can initiate, but it's not as effective as heroes like the Akai, as the Atlas. So perhaps like this could be like a purify. So if you take out this Eve in the equation, that's a lot of area of effect taken out immediately for RRQ. So I think all eyes are gonna be on the Eve here, but I feel like they could actually pick up a gold lane or perhaps like a solid side lane here for RRQ. They already got someone to engage, and they also add up the Phoveus to the equation, a direct answer to the 1-1 hero of Reborn.
And now you can just see the brilliance that RRQ have put into their drafts, their bans as well. They go for the Esmeralda ban, which I, again, question, but that's the reason. They always have a setup for something, and they go for the Phoveus pick, knowing that Esmeralda has been banned. Reborn, they need, again, something to answer this Phoveus with in that XP lane, if it even goes to the XP lane. Because, yeah, it's a flexible hero. You can put him in the XP lane, you can put him in the gold lane. Against the 1-1, it is one of the prime counters, one of the best counters towards her, because literally 1-1's kit revolves around her being able to dash. Phoveus with the Demonic Force gonna get that proc very, very easily. Even on the Akai with the second ability, with the dash that he has. RQ though, now they need to limit down that mid lane presence. They already have a Yve, so securing or narrowing the heroes down, the heroes that can actually match that early game pressure that Yve has, like the Lilia, is a great idea. And for Reborn, they're doing the same thing, but towards the gold lane, giving the 1-1 the necessary space.
Now it's going to be the Lunox ban coming through for RRQ, and as for Reborn, they could possibly take out a jungler here for RRQ. Is it going to be the Karina? But I'm not so sure if it's going to be the Karina, since there's already so much magic damage here for RRQ. And heck, I mean, I've seen a mid lane Phoveus, but it's already like a sealed deal here for RRQ. It's a Romer Franco, a mid lane Eve here. So that's a lot of engages actually for RRQ. And again, they've been so aggressive in game number 1, but for game number 2, I do like the draft here of Reborn. They got like the heavy CC, they got the heroes to engage, but my main problem is, how are you, if you're able to engage, who's gonna dish out the damage for you? Who's gonna be the mid laner here for Reborn? I think a Kagura would be a great pickup here for Reborn. Someone to take down the back lines. The Kagura has a lot of mobility as well, so it could be a Kagura pickup here for Reborn. But let's start with RRQ first. They still need a jungler, and they still need someone in the gold lane to go up against the 1-1.
I think Reborn really did an incredible job in the second phase of the bans, getting that Popol and the Claude away, because I just thought Claude the entire time when I was looking at RRQ's composition. They have a pick style, but also a dive style with that Phoveus. And look, they secure a carry, which is, again, a solid pick. I was about to say, carry is going to be very good up against these two very tanky heroes that Reborn have opted for. And now that sets up RRQ to go for anything in the jungle, really. They can put in more frontliner, maybe just put the Karina on and build her tank with the Demon Slayer emblem. They can also go for a Balmond if they just want a little bit more pressure on that execute against a composition as tanky as Reborn. What does Reborn want to do? That's the big question here. How do you match the Yve's pressure in lane? Kagura, like you said, such a solid pick, especially now that you see that it synergizes well with the Atlas and the Akai. You can burst them down, and that AoE effect, that team fight composition that they're going for, it just fits with the Kagura pick. On the XP lane though, this is what I'm wondering. See, they go for the Xavier, which is, again, another hero that can work in this situation. They have a dive as well. That is a solid pick. The Yu Zhong to threaten the real world manipulation. Every single time it's popped, it's all going to come down to the... What? We spoke about crazy heroes.
Yeah.
We did. But Hanzo in the jungle for Ashe.
I've seen this on RRQ, not in a lot of games, but the Hanzo pick last time I've seen a Hanzo? This was like ages ago, patches ago. But for RRQ Mika, they're already going as crazy as they can here in game number 2. But this is quite scary, especially for the Savior and the Wanwan, right? You still kind of need to locate where this Hanzo is. And for Reborn, their composition is mainly centered on making the plays, making in the initiation. But if you can't find your main target, which is the Hanzo, I mean, it's gonna be deadly for the damage dealers here for Reborn.
Oh my goodness, that Hanzo really just threw me off. But ladies and gentlemen, again, with the global ban system, we're seeing a whole lot of unique picks. Ladies and gentlemen, once again for game number 2, jumping straight in to the Land of Dawn, as both teams will try to push their game plan over. It is Reborn SG now with a much more, I think, balanced draft, right? Early game, they're going to have more pressure with the Atlas constantly roaming with the perfect match, and that mid lane clear from the Xavier. We haven't seen the Xavier at all in the MPLs, and now we get to see if the Xavier is truly still meta or not.
Yeah, I still think it's pretty much, well, the damage is still there. They've done some adjustments, but this Savior, I think it can dish out damage in the back lines. But the main problem, like what I mentioned, it threw you off guard. The Hanzo pick here for RRQ is gonna matter, and with the way that Ash is playing it right now, with the way he's farming right now, he's been taking up a lot of resources. Already level 3 here, as compared to Jess, who's just level 2. So it's pretty much RRQ still on a slight lead here when it comes to their jungler, but I think our eyes are mostly going to be centered here on our gold lane. So carry, Wanwan, we all know that the carry still needs time, so most of the time we're going to be seeing NG rotating there to the gold lane to assist their carry scale up as early as now. But look at that! Yumiko almost getting taken down, but Ash draws in the first blood once again as early as the 1 minute mark.
First minute, and this is why the Franco is just so lethal. Yumeko used her second ability earlier in the lane, and that just enabled the hook to come through, and NG just, again, putting that pressure always. Perfect match, though, onto Quinny. That's a 2v1. I don't know if you want to take that here. Quinny dishing out the damage onto Sun, and just like that, Sun forced to use the regeneration. Quinny too, but Quinny's much healthier. Her HP bar is still pretty much full now, and they will have pressure for the up-and-coming turtle. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, real-world inflation popped in, and Ash picks up her second kill of the game. Meanwhile, in the back lines, that's a perfect match again. But Jess kicks the turtle away already. A trade, and again, Reborn not really following RRQ's Mika's pace. They're now following their own pace. They're creating space for their team, picking up a trade in the process.
Yeah, this is something that they lacked earlier on. They just gave all the turtles to RRQ Mika, like they're just leveraging their gold, their XP lane super fast. And now I do agree with you that, Reborn SG playing it in their own pace, and now we might actually see a setup here, possible setup from Soon. Oh, nice up fatal links there for Soon, but he's not gonna get anything. NG is super low on HP. Bloody Hunt has been popped here as well, and NG goes down under the hands of Yumiko, but Ash also takes down Soon here, and Match is the next one in the target. Oh, he's gonna be able to escape that, but they do get another with the real world manipulation. Double kill there instantly for Geo. Well-timed ultimate there by the Eve.
Once again, RRQ Mika outmaneuvering Reborn SG, but that was actually such a good play by Reborn. Getting that first pick, they should have just backed up after that one for one trade. Honestly, the 1-1 got a kill, and that's all you need, but they stayed a little bit too long, and RRQ Mika, they're a team who punishes every single little mistake you make, and that's exactly what we saw there. Reborn SG just staying for too long, and now that creates so much space for the carry, getting so much value out of that turret up top. Meanwhile, again, Ash on this Hanzo, so lethal, going in once again on towards the XP laner. Yu's not gonna be caught. Demonic Force popped in to finish her off as Akai goes for the heavy spin, trying to pin Lele Pinkon, but there's no follow-up, there's no damage here. Lele able to buy so much time as Ash clears out the wave, and again, just seems like RRQ Mika have Reborn's number.
Yeah, man, RRQ, they've been playing this so well. Well-timed ultimates, well-timed clashes for them, and for Geo, it has been, here comes the engage again by NG! NG, who did he get here? Oh, it's actually fortunate enough, it's just Toon, but here comes the re-engage with the Fatal Links. Real manipulation as well from the backside, but Ash is already on a mega kill here. Yumiko trying to pop in that Way of the Dragon. He's not gonna get anything. Oh, Ash gets Toon there in the backside. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Just a roamer gone here for RRQ. Nicely done there.
Yeah, but Jess goes in for the heavy spin. Dawning Light as well. Quinny dashing out in time to escape from that Dawning Light and getting Jess in the process. With that, they've set up for a very, very easy turtle take. Not going to be contested whatsoever. Reborn don't even have the Dawning Light as it was used up top. And Ash securing a gold lead and an XP lead. 2 levels ahead once again against Jess and RRQ Mika. This is where they start to push on the pedal. They're gonna start on, making some proactive movements over to that top side, but soon as well has rotated, knowing that RQ Mika has put their sights onto that top side, and because of that, they are actually able to evade from that gank.
Here, Ash is really going for the main damage dealers, but here on the top side, Mirko, Toon is in trouble again, is not able to make any setup. It's just NG's hooks are so on point here for RRQ. It's so deadly. I mean, it's not just the Beatrix Franco combo, it's not just the Beatrix Savior combo, even the Franco carry combo, you just suppress the hero and pretty much the carry here or Quinny here can free hit for RRQ Mika.
Again, RRQ Mika just pushing on the pace here in the early stage of the game. And in the bottom side, there's a cut going on by the Yu Zong. Asphalot trying to run Ash down there with the Black Dragon form. But again, she's just going to get zoned out of her own lane. Very, very low. Meanwhile, top side, Jess, you are in uncharted territories and enemy territories. Pops the heavy spin defensively. Dawning Light to open up the map a little bit as Yumeko is able to actually hit the turret a little bit. We're going to take a look at the 6th minute item check though. Right now, it does seem like the Windtalker has been built by the carry, so that's a power spike. But Ash, whoa, super aggressive. Again, trying to bait Madge out of the lane. It doesn't work though, as Madge is still able to get out. Fatal Links in the mid lane as Yumeko gets slain in the top side. Reborn SG looking for the pick again onto Geogoi, still able to flicker out. Ash now looking for re-engage again onto Sun, and look who's here. NG doesn't connect onto that hook, but it is the Dawning Light who gets Geogoi, forcing her back onto the turret. Ash though, clearing out the wave. She wants to really look for Madge here, but she's not able to. My god, that damage. Even onto Jess, who is a tank, by the way. She's able to melt him down.
Yeah, the damage just pierces through, and I think for RRQ Mika, they've baited so much. The moment that Toon left that gold lane, NG was just able to make in the place here. And speaking of, he's actually trying to go for Yumiko once again, so the target here is going to be the one-man. Oh my goodness, Bloody Hunt committed there. I was just talking about Yumiko, instantly gets taken down here by RRQ Mika.
Because of that, now they have pressure to take down the bottom side. They do not want to stay here. Reborn SG gonna get zoned across. NG finds the hook, and Quinny's there to follow it through. Perfect match to get out, but one more hit is all she needs. She gets it. The fadeaway as Reborn find a trade in the top side. They get one turret for one, but again, RRQ Mika, you don't realize it. You blink and you miss it. 14-2, 6,000 gold lead as NG is looking for another hook. He finds it again, but man, Jess luckily still has her heavy spin to get out of that one.
Yeah. Oh man, here comes another engage here by NG. So spot on, but the damage here from Quinny is just already too much for Reborn. And this is what you get, I mean, as early as the 8 minutes. Quinny standing at a 5-0-4.
Ash, look at Ash. She's diving under the turret and she's forcing Madge to just back up. Getting that Lord, getting the turret in the mid lane as that's the demonic force to come in. Crossbow tank though, popped onto NG, translated over towards Lele Pinkan, who's still trying to run away. But here it is, the demonic force, the shielding, the sustain, not enough. Madge able to get the kill with the Mystic Field. But Ash, she's looking for the fight. She's gonna get it onto Madge. She wants one more kill onto Yumeko. You're running away, but Yumeko still able to kite away from the damage that Ash has. 1 HP, barely getting out of that one.
Oh my god, just when you think it's all over, you have the tower dive there with the Hanzo. So it's just really crazy here for Reborn. You don't really know like who's gonna get you right. If NG gets you one hook, one Bloody Hunt combo, it's just enough to delete you. And if that's not enough, Ash can just tower dive. Let's take a look at this instant replay here. Ash is going all the way in, and pretty much what Quinny needs to do here. A nice setup actually by Tuni, but I mean the damage already for Quinny is already piercing as much damage even to a tanky hero like Tuni on the Atlas. So really, after the setup, what's next here for Reborn?
Well, heavy spin gonna be popped by Jess all alone though, as that's Asphalot taken down, another taken down, 3 for 0 out of nowhere. And it sets up perfectly with the Lord. Reborn SG, they tried to go for a very desperate fight, and now we have a look again to the items. NG, even when they have a 3-0 lead, they do not want to stop. They want to keep on invading. They want to keep on just enabling their team and forcing Reborn SG out of their own jungle. Look at Quinny though, Kim. That is a very fed carry. 3 core items already. That's a whole lot of attack speed.
Yeah, I think she's also going for the Rose Gold Meteor, respecting of course the damage coming out from Madge as well as Toon. But here comes the Lord Mirko 10 minutes in. This was the same thing for game number 1, and for RRQ Mika, they have all the tools to just set up, making the plays, get a wipeout here for Reborn. But I mean, you can't just totally discount Reborn here. You can already feel the power spike here, but here comes the early engage, Mirko.
Oh, good hook onto the back right there. Able to bring Atlas all the way, as that's going to be the Black Dragon form pop, but Quinny melts her down. The Lord just munching on that bottom side turret. 2 for 0 right now as RQ Mika just look to capitalize. They might look for an earlier end this time. Kim, with the Lord taken down on the bottom side, they're still looking for the mid lane. NG looking for the hook, going in and finding the Savior. There's no follow-up though, but here it is, finally coming down. Ash picks up the kill, and RRQ, even when Reborn are in their base, they're still able to find these picks at will.
Just when you think that the Wine mode would have a much more splendid time up against the carry, who's, by the way, so fed up here. I do like the attempt here by Reborn trying to get in those setups, but unfortunately, every time, Mirko, that they try to go in for those engages, either it's Jess or either it's Toon, they always get backfired here.
Oh, let's see, once again, the Fatal Link's bringing them back for the crossbow attack to pop onto NG. Gonna be able to put it onto Quinny as well. Quinny taken down. That's a double kill by Yumeko, who's able to dash away all the way, kiting Ash out, but look at the Demonic Force chasing him under the turret. Yumeko surviving in that play, saving the game for Reborn.
Yeah, he does take down NG as well as Quinny, so there was a shutdown here by Reborn. This is why you don't really... I mean, Wanwan, in my opinion, is probably one of the best gold laners right now. And Yumeko looking much better as compared to game number 1. Well, not really the best KDA, 5-5-1, but she is able to pop in that crossbow of Tang. I mean, in this case, but you know, Ash is just really well, if it's not Yumeko, Ash is just targeting Madge here. Look at Madge's KDA. 1-6-3 on the Savior. Like every time she spawns back into the Land of Dawn, it's just Ash looking for Madge, target blocking Madge here, not able to pop in those Dawning Light. But here comes the Lord Mirko, 20 seconds, and I think RRQ Mika has their eyes set on the prize.
At this point, you gotta think, right, that it's personal now, right? Ash is always targeting Madge in that back line, and you can already... 15, level 15 compared to level 11 Jess. Level 13 Jess, my bad. It's another 2-level lead for this Hanzo, who's on a killing spree emblem, not even the Demon Slayer emblem, because we all know what Hanzo does, able to clear out those jungle creeps very, very fast. But now, it's up to Reborn SG to respond. A desperate play, a desperate fight here as soon is able to get Quinny. Fatal Link's not popped just yet. Black Dragon form zoning away the other members as Lily Pink jumps in very, very deep, able to bait the crossbow Tang, and now with the Demonic Force is able to pop the damage. Yumeko taken low, but he's still able to kite. Meanwhile, in the back lines, it's still them trying to deal with Asphalot, finally falling down as that's the hook by NG, not finding anyone just yet. A 2 for 0. RRQ Mika, they do not look towards the Lord after that fight. They look towards the base. Reborn SG still have a whole lot of high ground with the help of the Xavier. They need to use the abilities efficiently though. Let's see, turret, cannon minions coming in. Quinny trying to deal the damage onto the base, but RRQ Mika, they might have made the wrong decision. They have to go for the Lord now.
I think it's much safer for RRQ Mika, considering that, you know, you have Yumeko here on the 1-1. When Crossbow of Tang, if you overcommit to this, I mean, safer choice for RRQ Mika to just go for the Lord, have that extra extra minion, that super minion to assist you in taking what they want, which is actually, oh, but here comes the engaged by 2, but he gets.
Yeah, she's gonna get insanely just put on low. Yumeko very, very low. Still trying to kind of wait, but the demonic force once again, Kim, by RRQ Mika's. Oh my god, RRQ Mika's Lele Pinkan there. They don't even need the Lord at this point right now. They're just going to go for the minions in the mid lane. They've stacked up the bottom side minions. Queenie dealing the damage onto the tanks, melting them down. Asphalot trying to come back in this with the Petrify, with the Black Dragon form. But look at the damage, the true damage from Queenie, and the finish off by Ashe, who's safe all the way in the back. Turret going to be targeted. Jess not even trying to defend here. Doesn't have the heavy spin. It's a 2-0. Another game taken without the Lord.
Wow, 2-0 now for RQ Mika. This is just, well, it's a little bit longer this time, and Reborn was able to actually engage much better in game number 2, but unfortunately, that wasn't enough. RRQ, I think they know, they respect the damage coming out from Reborn, right? That's why they went in straight for the Lord, and right after that, I think it was just isolated targets here for RRQ Mika. They went straight for the damage dealers, and like you mentioned, it might be a personal thing for Madge, but you know, for Ashe, she's just doing her job, taking down the main damage dealer, the savior. If not Madge, it is actually the gold laner here for Reborn, which is Yumeko.
Yumeko just didn't have a good time. Madge 0-6-1, I believe, in that final KDA for Madge, and you know, I can't really blame her. She's up against a Hanzo that's just always targeting her down, and you know, we gotta ask Ashe maybe why. Does she have a personal grudge against Madge? That was brutal, man. Every single time she had the chance, even when she had the chance to go on Yumeko, she always targeted Madge. Maybe it's because, again, Xavier has so much pressure onto that lane, the high ground defense that's just massive. But again, it doesn't change the fact that RRQ were able to maneuver around that high ground and get the game. 14 minutes, so a little bit longer than game 1. 2-0 match point. And they didn't pick up Comfort Heroes, I believe. They went for the Hanzo, which is kind of a cheese strat by RRQ.
Yeah, they might be actually saving the best for the last, since this is actually going to be the match point for RRQ Mika. One more win away from Reborn, who has struggled so much in the first 2 games. I don't think it's about the draft anymore here for Reborn. I think they should just go straight for the comfort pick, especially since, you know, if you want to have that turnaround, you want to have that epic comeback up against RRQ Mika, you have to have your comfort picks here to be able to make into plays.
Well, we're going to take a look once again at that game. Match 2, game number 2 of day 1. And again, it's Ashe just targeting Yumeko and Madge constantly and getting support from her team. I think that's the main thing though, right? If Hanzo just targets that backline without the help of her team, she's going to get melted down. She won't really have that pressure, but because the real world manipulation always comes down with Ashe's engage, Queenie as well, always there to help and dish out the damage onto Yumeko, again helping Ashe to finalize that kill, to take it away. And even here, it all comes down to teamwork, Kim.
Yeah, for RRQ Mika, every time that there is a clash, you can see most of them are, their presence of mind is always there, especially for Gio. Look at that, the real world manipulation right after the engage coming in from their side. So pretty much RRQ Mika, they know when to time their skills, when to lay out those ultimates, and I think in this particular game, Ashe really did a fantastic job pressuring the main damage dealers, actually forcing Madge to pop in that sprint at times, right? Like when you see that projectile coming in from the Hanzo, Madge is just gonna dash away from it. But unfortunately for Madge, this wasn't a very good game. For the Savior, you as much as possible, you want to stay in the back lines, but this time RRQ Mika, they just know how to answer out to this massive damage from the backline. It's just to take them out. But for this particular match, like Reborn, they look very much better. They did a lot of engages. I do appreciate the engages coming in from Toonie and sometimes from Jess, but unfortunately, Queenie is just farmed up very well on this carry. So it was really difficult. Every time you go in, the damage, the light wheel mark from the carry was just too much to handle, even for the tanky members here of Reborn SG.
Yeah, it does feel like even in these sort of moments here, when it was a 3v5, they were able to actually get a few kills, actually getting a favorable trade there, equalizing it 3-2 in the end, right? But the thing is, I think Reborn SG, they've been targeting the wrong members when it came down to those engages from the Atlas. The Fatal Links by Sun has been mostly towards the Phoveus, the Franco as well, leaving Quinny and even Geogoy in the back just to keep on free hitting on that ultimate. And even the Black Dragon form wasn't really used to cancel out that real world manipulation. We've seen that again and again in this game, that Yves is just free in the back, using that real world manipulation at will whenever she wants to, and she's never really in a position where she's threatened by that Black Dragon form. But we do have a look to the items. It's actually a 15-minute game, so 2-minute difference from game number 1, but the kills, my goodness,
Wow.
33-6.
Yeah, I mean, Quinny already securing in the Thunder Belt, and I think she secured that Wind of Nature later on, which kind of means like you want to go in for the full damage immediately, but that's insane. 33 minutes, 33 kills rather, in the span of 15 minutes, and MVP for actually back-to-back MVP for Quinny. So on the carry and earlier on, he played the Brody. So I mean, these are the heroes that, you know, is not so much popular in the gold lane. We always see like a Beatrix, we always see like a 1-1, but Quinny really proved to us why, you know, gold laners carry the game right now. It's not just the jungler, it's the gold laner that's carrying the game. Beautifully played here by RQ Mika. I think the main thing here for RQ Mika was there was so much engages. I mean, what are you gonna take into consideration? Is it the ultimate coming out from Ashe? Is it the hook coming out from NG? Or is it the demonic force? There's just so much to consider here for Reborn. What are you gonna target first, right? And by the time you know it, it's already just Quinny spamming out, like just free hitting everyone from Reborn SG. So it's really, really difficult for this game. Although they look much better from game number 1.
I think one thing that we can take into account here for Reborn SG is maybe the itemization, right? Take a look at Yumeko and Maj, the two members that just been targeted by Ashe constantly, and you can see that they don't have any defensive items just yet, right? So they were really banking on that glass cannon sort of playstyle because they were really behind. I don't blame them. They were really behind. They needed to look for that one fight victory with the damage. That certainly did provide a little bit more chance to win the team fight, but man, Ashe again, which is such a lethal threat. As you said though, your MVP for game number 2, Quinny. And this segues perfectly into my point. Quinny had the Wind of Nature. Even when they had such a massive kill lead, such a massive gold lead, there's still respect towards the damage of the enemy team, towards the crossbow attack that was a menace in the last few team fights. So Quinny, noticing that, gets the Wind of Nature. Even Geogoy had the Winter Truncheon to answer the damage coming in from Reborn.
The 1-1 that was pretty much was able to fly most of the time in this game. But unfortunately enough for Quinny, I think she was able to get in an early lead up. I mean, you know, the carry's power spike is pretty much late in the game, but he was able to get it as early on, of course, with the help of NG. But for RQ Mika, they've been all aggressive. They can also respect the damage output coming out from Reborn SG, knowing the power spikes of their enemy as well. But for game number 3, I think this is going to be pretty interesting. There's a lot of heroes taken out, so the 1-1 already out once again. So I'm thinking this is leaving Reborn with, you know, not so much options. I feel like they can go with the crazy now. I mean, not so much into like, you know, the meta picks. I feel like they can go with the crazy in the third pick. Pull out something different, shock RRQ, perhaps take in game number 3.
Maybe, we'll see. But before we get into game number 3, Kim, we have a short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because we will be very, well, we're taking a short break. We'll be very, very excited to bring you game number 3. So, see you soon. We'll be right back.
Sudah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa melepaskan seorang Viva. Udah mulai bisa mendapatkan weakness, harusnya bisa terbakar seorang Viva. Lele-nya juga ikut membantu, tapi masih ada Paladin.
Damage luar biasa dengan lightweight yang ada akhirnya menumpaskan Miko double kill. Kekuatan seorang Hyun. Dia tapi Miko datang dan tanggulan Vivo. Tarian rangsa telah lagu keponya bergerak mencari Hyun. Hyun dalam bahaya.
Kamay ng ating Neko Adjo, samantala din si Bibi papasok. Si Amorin naman doon sa bandang likod. Libreng-libre inilatag ang kanyang mga paniki. Pero Shintaro gusto papasok.
Another inheritance turret being taken down. The Master taking down. It was a good shot for the Savior. You can say they still keep struggling, but Rory has been killed by the Julian. As you can know, it was a very good one. Look at that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 3. Match point for RRQ Mika. And for Reborn, they're going to have to dig deep once again to get a comeback. Maybe forcing a 4th and maybe even a 5th game in the series. Still, with me, Mirko and Burger King.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mirko. Once again, we're back here live at the UniPin Ladies Series Southeast Asian Championship. You just witnessed 2 spectacular matches. RRQ Mika already gotten 2 points up ahead of Reborn SG. So one more win away, like what Mirko said, is going to seal the deal for them. They can move forward here in the tournament. But as for Reborn SG, you know, if they want to turn this thing around, they have to perhaps force out a game number 4. And I think, Mirko, it's not about the drafts anymore here. It's not about the heroes, counter picks, counter engages. I don't think it's like that anymore for Reborn. I think they have to play more on maybe their mysteriousness, right? You don't have a lot of information about them. Well, now we do first 2 games, but maybe they should perhaps play around comfort picks this time. I mean, it is the last game. Might as well just enjoy it, get the heroes that you're comfortable with, get the heroes that you can actually make plays with. So maybe that's something, well, I can give out to Reborn.
There's still a second chance, remember, as well, for the teams here. If they do lose in the upper brackets, which is right here, they are going to be sent down to the lower brackets, ladies and gentlemen. So for Reborn, they have some time to analyze their mistakes if they do go down there, and they will be able to come back, still having a chance to climb all the way to the grand finals. Maybe getting their revenge against RRQ Mika, or perhaps they might just do it here in game 3. Game 4, and then reverse sweeping RRQ Mika. Who knows? Especially with the global ban system that has been implemented here, we will be seeing a whole lot of more unique picks. In the last 2 games, Kim, we've already seen the unique picks come through, right? We saw the Estes, we saw the Ling, that hasn't really shown up much. The Hanzo, which was a highlight. The Carmilla in game 1 as well from Reborn. So right now, I'm just expecting both teams, again, like you said, to go for the comfort picks. Just go for what you're comfortable with and go out there, perform, do your best.
Yeah, for Reborn here, especially since this is already the match point for RRQ, they might want to pull out their trump card. They might want to pull out their secret card that they're hiding there. I'm pretty sure they have something up their sleeve, especially since, you know, if they want to force out a game number 4, you know, you have to be creative. Global ban is in play, so maybe, just maybe, bring out something entirely different. I mean, I've seen them pull out like a Johnson. I've seen them pull out like a Cyclops. These are heroes that, you know, I feel like they're often underestimated. Maybe it's because they're not played well, they aren't in the meta, yes, but you know, if you are able to surprise your opponents, I feel like that could be a factor here for Reborn to actually force out a game number 4.
Speaking of surprises, actually, in game 2, we saw a lot of glimpses of brilliance from Team Reborn, because they were actually able to catch RRQ Mika off guard a lot of times with the Fatal Links combo, the flickers in, and even the crossbow of Tang dealing a whole lot more damage than they expected, with the Scarlet Phantom already being built at one point there. So we've already seen that Reborn can make those plays happen. It's all going to come down to the timing and obviously the setup, because a lot of the times that they go for those engages in the game number 2, they didn't have any follow-up. None of the members were up, you know, there was just the 1-1 and the Atlas, that's it. Those 2 members were up and they went in for a 2v5. Even in the 2v5 situation, they were able to get 2 members from RRQ Mika. So if they just coordinate better, communicate better, I believe they have a lot of potential here in game 3 to shock RRQ Mika.
Well, honestly, it was also difficult to pull off that surprise pick for game number 2. I mean, there's a lot of heroes, like for RRQ, I think the main headline for that particular match was just to isolate and conquer Reborn, like just catching them off guard, the demonic force, the real world manipulation. There's just so much to consider for Reborn in that particular match. So maybe this time, well, get ready to be shocked. I mean, maybe they could open up like maybe some heroes here like the Faramis. It's a mashup ban here, so okay. So we are kind of seeing something different from Reborn, because for the past 2 games, these 2 teams have just been playing around the same bans. And speaking of the same bans, Mirko, it's still going to be the Valentina ban here for RRQ.
Yeah, RQ just really hate the Valentina, but I know I understand. Reborn have opted to go for the first pick, the third time in a row right now, so they're definitely eyeing those picks up, right? The Valentina, the Faramis. We'll see if they do go for it right now, as RRQ might just go for the ban toward the Faramis now. The 1-1 is no longer going to be an option for Reborn, so if RQ takes that Faramis away, Reborn are going to have a tough time with that first pick. What are they going to utilize in that first pick? They cannot go for Akai, they cannot go for Beatrix, and they can't go for 1-1 anymore because of the global ban system. Again, reminding everybody that we are using the global ban system. RQ will also be the ones to ban out the Julian this time. So noticing that now there are a lot of other first picks that are open for Reborn. They opt to go for the same ban, but it just swapped out. Reborn, it was a Reborn's ban, now it's RQ's ban.
This is gonna open up the Faramis, not unless RRQ is gonna ban that out in the third phase. Reborn has the first choice here, so maybe it seems like they're limiting out the tanky heroes here for RRQ. So maybe they're just going again for those like high burst damage heroes. The Sicilian's already out. Perhaps like maybe the carry could come through here for Reborn. They haven't picked that up yet, so that could be a potential hero in the gold lane for Reborn. Something that dishes out damage because so far Reborn, they've been gunning on that lineup, someone to front and some like major backline damage dealers. Their composition seems to revolve around that. But for RRQ, I feel like if they let go of the Faramis, if they don't ban out the Faramis, Reborn might actually take it. It's a very good pickup. It sustains the clash. It's pretty much, it can be very flexible as well. Can go to the roamer position, can be the mid laner as well. So will RRQ take that away from Reborn?
Let's see. I think if they don't go for the Faramis, it will be very, very scary because we all know how much potential, how much pressure the Faramis has, and yeah, they leave it open. Faramis up for grabs for Reborn to take. As you can see, these are the heroes that have been globally banned for the respective teams, RRQ and Reborn, based on the first two games. But like we mentioned, Faramis up, Reborn can just take it away, and it's a very good pick because it's flexible. It can go to the mid, it can go to as a roamer as well, and the most important thing is you basically have control of every single neutral objective fight with the cult altar.
Yeah. I mean, the Valentina is already taken out by RRQ, almost like 100% ban rate here, up until game number 3. So it pretty much makes sense that you pick up the Faramis. You don't have anyone to pick up the ultimate, to copy the ultimate. The Valentina is already out, so you already have a very good sustain. But, sustain can be cancelled out with the damage coming out from the Sicilian. So this time, RRQ is also going for that late game insurance. So far, they've been playing Mirko on the aggressive in the ending games as early as earlier than 15 minutes. So maybe this time RRQ is going to, mix and match their draft, having someone for the late game and perhaps having a composition as well that can work out in the early.
When they go for the Baksha as well here, we're not sure where this is going just yet. It is a very good flex pick as you can play in the XP, the jungle, and the roam. So let's just see. Reborn with a response. Now that carry has been picked up by RRQ, maybe Reborn can go for the carry pick themselves, knowing that RRQ already have picked up a very tanky member, very easily melted down by the carry, but Reborn can also go for a Claude, another hero that has been rising in popularity in the gold lane. So good in that gold lane, and just carry. All right, they go for the carry, just like as I expected, and there you go. Kim, what do you think? What do you think is available now for the last pick of the first phase?
Yeah. They're gonna go with the tanky sustain as well, but I'm not so sure how this is going to fare. Again, we don't know where these heroes are gonna go. The Baksha, the Thamos, these are completely like flex picks from both Reborn and RRQ. The Thamos, again, could go to the XP lane, can be the jungler. The Baksha as well for RRQ, so you still don't know where these heroes are gonna go. So for Reborn and RRQ, they're still kind of like, feeling each other out. Is this gonna be a roamer? Is this gonna be a jungler? But I'm not so sure about the Thamos pick here for Reborn. There is a Basha being put into play here by RRQ, like instant, anti-region hero immediately. So, I mean, it does make sense why they picked up a Basha, but for Reborn, Thamos, perhaps jungler role this time?
Yeah, maybe the Thanos can go to the jungle again. We'll have to see where it actually ends up going. But if you take a look at game 1 and game 2, there's always been a heavy emphasis by Reborn on that Beatrix, not letting Quinny take the Beatrix, because man, Quinny is a monster on that Beatrix. We know just how lethal she is on that hero, a signature pick of hers, and Reborn have tried their best to just stop that from happening, picking it in game number 1, banning it in game number 2, but now because the 1-1 was open, they had to ban it out, and there you go. Instantly, RRQ just secure it for Quinny, and now we understand why they went for the Baxia. It's just to act as a front line, providing some space for the Beatrix to do whatever she wants, and it's onto the hands of Quinny. So with this, man, it's going to be really tough. I think because they already have a Beatrix, Thanos is going to be put into that XP lane. Vengeance is going to be a massive battle spell when you're up against someone like a Beatrix, and if you add on to that blade armor, Beatrix is going to have a tough time.
Yeah, and who knows, actually, do a little throwback, put the Baksha in the XP lane just in case this Thanos is an XP laner. That could be a very good matchup as well for RRQ. I think for RRQ, they're just taking out the assassin heroes here, just to protect their main damage dealers, which is the Cecilion and the Beatrix. We've seen it in game number 1, wherein the Cecilion struggled so much up against the Ling, so that's something that you would want to give to Reborn as their jungler. So here it is, the Johnson ban as well coming in for Reborn, since the global ban is being put into play. It seems like Reborn don't want to have those heroes that have the engage. Now RRQ, what are they gonna pick up? They still need a roamer here to go with their composition. I mean, I'm anticipating this is either a Baksha jungle or a Baksha XP lane. So perhaps a roamer could be picked up here by RRQ, but what's it gonna be? Like, seems like Reborn doesn't want those hard CC heroes. Maybe a setter tank once again.
Well, something that we have seen. Oh yeah, you're right. Lolita could definitely work, but they actually secure a Paquito, and this is interesting, Kim, because the Paquito has been very, very popular in MPL, but we haven't seen it at all throughout the day. Finally, it gets picked up after a whole lot of different heroes being global banned. And now it's still a question. This is a solid pick because again, this is kind of the same concept as the Baksha. Flexible pick that can go to the XP lane and even the jungle. Well, we've seen it in the roam position as well. Not so much in this meta, but it is going to be the Kagura response from Reborn. They go for the Kagura, a hero that we predicted for game 2, coming out in game 3.
The Kagura, I think this is an answer to the Cecilion. You're definitely going to have a hard time if you're a Cecilion going up against a Kagura. So which kind of means that the Faramis is going to be put in the roamer position, but I like this. Hellcurt to assassinate the damage dealers here of RRQ. Wow. Sustain, Dark Knight Falls. So there's a lot of possible combos here for Reborn. Pop in that Dark Knight Falls. You get the Kagura to, position themselves well, get a kill onto the main damage dealer. Since RRQ has a pretty much solid frontliners, Paquito, Baksha, are they gonna add another one to their composition here? They still need someone to engage here for their side. I mean, the Atlas is out, the Johnson is out. So what's it going to be for NG? The NG seems to be that type of player that revolves around the initiation. We've seen the Franco. We've seen all those initiator type of heroes on her, and it's okay. It's going to be Lolita, like what I predicted for RRQ.
Spot on there with the Lolita prediction again coming out, and it makes sense, right? Because the carry is going to deal out a lot of damage. With the shield, you are just able to nullify that. And considering that Reborn have drafted a team fight composition, I should say, it's just a Hellcurt that's not really gonna go for that team fight grouping up. He's probably gonna go for the flanks, but yeah, with the team fight comp, Numenon Blast gonna have a big impact in these team fights against a Faramis as well. Faramis going to have to put that Cold Ultra into use very, very well. If you mistime it just a bit, you get stunned up, it's going to be a tough time, especially if you get poked down by the range and the damage from the Cecilion and the Beatrix. Here it is, both of the draft. If you guys want to take a look one last time before we jump into the game, the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is match point for RRQ Mika. They can take it right here and move on to the next stage of this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive into the Land of Dawn for game number 3.
Final game for the side of RRQ, but for Reborn, it's still not over yet. They still have a chance to turn this thing around. And with this team fight eccentric composition, Mirko, I'm going to be expecting so much clashes, so much ganks, in more or less the gold lane here. I'm going to have to focus on the Beatrix. You did mention that this, most of the time, back-to-back ban for Reborn on this Beatrix, so there must be a reason for this. And Beatrix going up against a carry in the early game, I do have to give it to the Beatrix. Definitely poke, but here it comes for Reborn. They're already positioning themselves here in the gold lane.
That's actually super interesting. Did you notice what Lele Pinkan was doing in that top side? She actually started her lane, not in lane. She started it by leashing the jungle, the orange buff, taking it to half HP. Meanwhile, NG in the bottom side gonna get brought back by that Faramist again. But this actually enables the Paquito to have better farm, and with that high and dry instantly going into the enemy jungle, dishing the damage onto Jess. I believe she stole the creep away from Jess with the retribution as well.
It's classic RRQ. Game number 1, that's what they did to the Balmond. And even up until game number 3, they've been very consistent here. Taking in the resources here up against Jess. Both of them are already level 4. And, actually, the XP lane matchup is like what I predicted. The Baksha Tamas on the XP lane. So I'm going to have to give it to the Baksha this time. They for RRQ, they have a very solid side. That's all that I can say. But for the mid side though, it's a different story. I do have to give it to Reborn with the Kagura. You can definitely bully that Cecilion in the mid lane. But now, speaking of, it is going to be RRQ. They're gonna take this turtle without any contest at all.
Yeah, and what basically enabled this to happen was Ash with that invade and Lele Pinkan with the setup. Obviously, getting the orange buff to half HP, getting RQ Mika ahead in that form. But look at the bottom side, they're actually looking for a dive. No ultimate yet on Sun. He just comes in just to zone Queenie away, and it actually works out for Yumeko to just get a few hits onto that turret gold shield. NG though doesn't want to give it back. He goes in for that hit, that stun onto Yumeko. Snipe not connecting onto Yumeko, but RQ have won the trade. Slowly but surely again in that bottom side. They don't get too greedy in these skirmishes. But what I do want to talk about is Ash, because she's opted to go for the high and dry on this Paquito. Something that we haven't seen a lot. I've seen this once in MPLID, but it didn't really work out. Killing Spree is still the main emblem, usually, if you bring this Paquito to the jungle.
Yeah, but it is an off-cam kill there by Match. This time, Reborn draws in the first blood, but immediately Ash has an answer here. And going back to your question, Mirko, the high and dry emblem for Ash, I think he wants to go in for that full damage up against the lineup here of Reborn. I mean, if you take a look at it, there's not so much tanky heroes. Aramis, yep, it is a support, but you know, 1-2 combo on the Paquito can instantly delete you, especially since by the way, this Paquito has been buffed up in the recent patch. I've gone up against this. It's so difficult. 1-2 combo and the ultimate, it's too much to handle, especially, I mean, looking at Reborn SG, someone as, you know, as not as tanky as the rest, you can actually take them down. So I think that's the essence here for Ash's high and dry emblem. They want to go in for the burst damage.
Oh, and just like that, Yumeko gonna be the target of the damage here as Ash puts her focus onto Sun. That's the Cold Altar already baited out before the turtle spawns, and that's a huge win for RQ Mika, baiting out the massive ultimate that usually secures the objective for Reborn SG. As Reborn, now they want to go for the turtle even without the Cold Altar, knowing that Lele Pinkan jumping with the shield unity, enabling Queenie to dish out the damage, but he's gonna be the one bursted down, as that's Ash just wreaking havoc into that backline, getting a double kill. A triple kill denied. Nope. Yep, he got the triple kill there. I thought Queenie got it for a second, but man, that's where the high and dry shines. Isolated team fights, separated, and we are going to take a look once again at the instant replay and what exactly happened.
Yeah, there was the engage here from Lele Pinkan, trying to zone away the rest of the members here from Reborn SG, but just as Jess pops in that Dark Knight Falls, I mean, I think they wanted to attempt to steal the turtle, but RQ Mika, with the superior positioning that they had, they were able to get the pickoffs that they needed. And, you know, going back to your high and dry emblem, there it goes. So much damage coming out from that Paquito. Triple kill for Ash.
If you notice, she actually opted to go for the 100 strike first item, and this is something that we have seen from Paquito a lot here. And man, that damage from Ash jumping in, Inferno already used up, but it does not matter. The sustain, unable to survive from the burst from this. Paquito is 5-0. My goodness. Madge goes in for the clear in the mid lane, and she is losing in this lane against Geogoi. Meanwhile, top side, the damage, man. Oh my god. Again, 100 strike first item. She's going for the BOD straight up. Or it's either BOD or Malefic Roar. I think at this point, with her 5-0 lead, just go for the BOD. No one has defensive items just yet.
Yeah, it's still it's like 6-minute mark with all the turtles that RQ has taken. I mean, it would be better to go in for the offensive type of composition, but look here. Toon is forced to pop in that cult altar, and now Geo is forced to back away. There is the Bat's Feast. He is able to sustain, but is not able to get anything. Fortunately enough, Geo has that sprint to back away. 6 minutes in, it's still RRQ Mika leading this one. And if this keeps on going, this is just giving so much space for Geo to scale up as the Sicilian.
And again, the cult altar, right? Baited out by RRQ Mika. Lilipinkan has been, falling a lot, but it's all been worth it. NG finding the Numenor Blast there, just a pixel on Sun. And even though now Sun has the cult altar, she's dead. She doesn't have pressure on the map, and RQ can just look for a fight without the help of the cult altar, and that's exactly what they do. NG going in with a stun, and Lilipinkan with the shield unity as well, trying to lock him down, as that is going to be Jess trying to zone Lilipinkan back away. Feramis has spawned in, and because of that, they do not commit onto the turtle. They go for the mid lane turret, sieging it down. Meanwhile, bottom side, NG flickering out to safety, and Squiddy goes in for the flicker Wesker combo, picking up a kill onto the jungler. And look, even in the back, under your turret, you are not safe. Ash with the 100 strike, looking for one more. Oh my goodness gracious, the damage is unreal from Ash, high and dry.
Just when you think it's all over, right? Like, if RQ Mika is playing this so wisely, well, the rest of the members of Reborn SG were so busy with that bot side, trying to attempt some potential play. They just went in for the mid-side tower. Again, this is what they've been doing. Game number 1, game number 2, they aren't forgetting the objectives, and this is really good, right? 3 towers already as early as the 7-minute mark. This is gonna give so much more opening to RRQ Mika to actually get in the objectives like the Lord and Ash. Already standing at 6-0-0. And speaking of Ash, Jess, it's gonna get taken down there. 8 minutes in, and wow, just RQ Mika, they have been dominating, and now Reborn SG, they're just really struggling to find that opening, because every time they go in, it's either the cult altar has been baited, or they can't really go in for the full dive.
And again, it's RRQ just invading the jungle constantly, taking the jungle for themselves, and it's gonna get really, really scary here. Look, oh my god, out of nowhere, suddenly a fight erupts as Quinny's able to kite away for now. Cult Altar still available, not used just yet, as Ash just bursts in that back line.
Wow,
Quinny with a triple kill with the sniper, looking for the Maniac, goes in with the Wesker, doesn't get it just yet. It's a very, very good movement there from Sun to get out of the threat of the Wesker, but RRQ Mika, they capitalize and they convert right on. As they win on the team fight, they go for objectives.
Wow, when have you seen a Sicilian pushing the lanes? Gio has been doing that mid-side and now going in for the top side. I mean, RRQ Mika, I think what's really fantastic about this composition that they have is, their backline damage dealers don't get picked off, despite the fact that there's a health crit in the composition of Reborn SG. I mean, most of the time you see just pop in that Dark Knight Falls just to either escape, to back away from the clash. It's used as a defensive tool rather than an offensive one.
And you can see here from the items, Malefic Roar and the BOD. If you guys were wondering why, how Ash is dealing this much damage, you have your answer. It doesn't even matter that the Feramis has the Dominance Ice and has the Dreadnought armor. It literally does not matter. The penetration that the Paquito has, just based on the 100 strike and the Malefic Roar alone, will shred you down. And the rest of the members from Reborn, no defensive items, only the Warrior Boots. It's going to be a tough time for any one of these squishy members, man. Feramis is going to have to be very on point with the Cult Altar to survive in these team fights.
Yeah, what's really difficult here is there's a lot of backline damage dealers. They can't reach it. Look at the damage coming out from the Sicilian here. The Numenon Blast does misses, but here comes the Lord knocking in the base here of Reborn SG. Fortunately enough, there's still no casualties here for Reborn SG. They have to defend this one, Miracle. We all know how RRQ, they want to go in for the fast games, and now it's already 10 minutes in. Lelefinkan gets punished there, but now there could be a re-engage. It's a godlike for Ash, but he's gonna get caught in. Nice save there by NG is the sacrificial lamb, but the main damage dealers here of RRQ Mika are still alive. Double kill for Geo. Could it be a triple kill? They wanna look for the end with no main damage dealers here. Only the Faramis and the Tamos left to defend the base.
Oh my god, again, this is the glimpse of brilliance that we saw from Reborn SG. When they do actually take that coordinated fight, they are able to bait RRQ Mika out. And that just gave them the chance to save the day. Even though they lost 2 base turrets, which is very, very scary, considering that that was the First Lord. Usually, what we call value with the First Lord is just getting every single outer turret outside of that base. Base turret is just a bonus. The fact that RRQ Mika got 2 base turrets and got the bottom side base turret so low, this is shaping up to be another closeout for RRQ. Reborn needs to really just utilize that Cult Altar better, because right now they've just been baited into these fights. Lelefinkan again jumping with the vengeance, but look at that damage without the Cult Altar, just instantly deleted. And now the Numenon Blast all the way. Yin Yang overturned to the midst of it all to cancel the Numenon Blast out, but Ash takes Jess out, takes Madge out. It's a double kill now as Quinny finishes that orange buff out. RRQ looking for the close right here without the Lord. 12 minutes in, and they might be able to do it. 10 seconds on the death timers. Ash jumping in once again with a knockout strike, almost taking him down. Look at the damage, Ash finding it, and that's a wipeout by RRQ Mika. They're gonna end it right here. The fastest game in the series, 12 minutes and 40 seconds.
Faster than the first game here, though? I think this is almost the same. Wow. RRQ Mika, I'm completely speechless, and what a way to actually open up the day with a 3-0 for RRQ. Taken aback by they've been drafting so wise for RRQ Mika, and as for Reborn, nice attempt, but this is not yet over. You still got your tournament live. You're just gonna be moving down to the lower bracket. Am I right?
Absolutely, they still have a second life, but man, RRQ Mika looked impressive. That was impressive. My god, the just level of macro and micro. Oh, that was so impressive by RRQ Mika. And yeah, a complete shutout there, Kim. We expected, with the Faramis, that maybe Reborn could be able to push it a little bit further, secure more objectives on the board, but sure, they were able to secure more kills than game 1 and 2, but the result is the same, even faster this time, actually.
Yeah, I think the key here, RRQ Mika, they know what they were letting go of. They let go of the Faramis, but they were prepared to take it head on. Either to bait out the Cult Altar, take out the main damage dealers. That was just the key, and pretty much the masterful positioning from Quinny as well as Geo was actually the key for RRQ Mika. Every time they go in for the clashes, you always see it's always Faramis and the Tamos being left. Those are the heroes that, you want to be the sacrificial lamb, right? You want to be the one to front for your damage dealers. But apparently, for Reborn, that didn't happen. Most of the time, it wasn't very good for the damage dealers. They always get picked off either by the Sicilian, by Quinny's Beatrix, so it's very lethal. It's there's no setter here most of the time. We didn't even see so much Numenon Blast. It was mostly like Lelefinkan going in for the shield unity, and then everyone would just go in for the engage, and it was just really difficult for Reborn to actually respond to the burst coming out from the side of RRQ Mika.
Yeah, if you take a look at the match highlight, the game highlight here after game 3, you can see again how they were able to just play out these team fights, baiting out the Cult Altars so many times and kiting back notice how, yeah, when they get picked off, it's always just the frontliners, NG and Lele Pinkan. Meanwhile, the back line just kited perfectly, and Quinny here was able to get the triple kill, almost the Maniac, almost the Savage, but Reborn SG don't want to give it to him. And this was one of the mistakes that Match made, I believe, by going in there super aggressive, maybe even too aggressive on that Kagura, on two of the frontliners. And this is one of the final moments here where, again, you could see 2v4, I believe. They were still able to win it out. And here was the final fight to end it all. Ash just going crazy towards this backline.
Yeah, I mean, they did get a double kill, but Ash was just dishing out. Look at that, just one punch coming out from Ash. Just took down the main damage dealers here of Reborn SG, and right after that was just only more on the sustain left, and it was just pretty much easy for RRQ Mika to just siege the base, take what they want, and take this with a clean sweep, a 3-0 up against Reborn SG.
You know what I like to see here? Oh man, yeah, I mean, Ash's items, that's something you'd like to see. Blade of Heptases as well. In the end, 10-1-3. Oh man, yeah, I mean, I don't really know what you're able to do up against that. Even if you use the Cult Ultra, I think everyone will just lose their second HP bar instantly just with one knockout strike. Too fed in this game, too fed.
Yeah, it's like leading, I mean, next to Quinny, right? Like next to the gold laner. So that's how farmed up Ash is, just going in for, he doesn't even have any like defensive items here up against the carry, up against the Kagura. Just went in all offensive, which kind of goes to show what type of playstyle RRQ Mika wanted to go for. Just go in for the all aggressive. I mean, they pretty much can play that out after the main damage dealers have been taken out for Reborn SG. Ash can just go in for the cleanup, the knockout strike, and just rendering the rest of the members, even the Faramis, to nothing. Like, the Cult Altar was pretty much not something that we saw so often in this game.
Absolutely, just complete dominance here in the series. And, you know, shout out to Lele Pinkan, because statistically she didn't do really well, but she was able to do exactly what this pick was meant to do. Just constantly going in, baiting out the abilities with a vengeance, and sustaining, soaking the damage, baiting out that Cult Altar, and she was successful at doing that every single time. So sometimes the stats don't really matter when you are able to do your job and enable your team to get that juicy victory. That's exactly the case here for Lele Pinkan. Again, something to note down is this is the most kills that Reborn SG has been able to get onto RRQ Mika, but even then, look at how they're able to disperse the kills onto the frontliners, right? It's NG and Lele Pinkan with 8 total deaths. So it's always the members that are not, were, you know, the ones that you want to die in a team fight. It's always the front line for RRQ. So even in the messy game, in the messiest game here, they are still able to stay composed and, you know, do their job. Meanwhile here, MVP of the match for Game 3, it is Ash with a performance 10-1-3. Man.
Spectacular game on Ash. Like, mostly we've seen like Quinny shine, right? Like a back-to-back MVP for Quinny. But it's so nice to see Ash shining through for this game, you know, doing the kills. I mean, you've seen it. One knockup strike, it was an instant delete for the members of Reborn SG, which kind of makes sense. Like why she picked up the high and dry emblem after all, just going in for the burst. And it was just the most kills for Reborn SG, but unfortunately that wasn't enough for them. It was still RRQ Mika taking away the victory for the series.
GG to RRQ Mika, and nice try obviously to Reborn, who will be getting that second chance in the lower bracket against, I believe, IDNS, who were also knocked down to the lower brackets today. So with that concludes the first 2 matches of the day, and now we're going to take a look at the bracket once again with, again, the 2-3-0s of the day. We will be seeing 2 teams walk up into that upper bracket position. Obviously, Rocka, Azure, who were able to get that 3-0 because IDNS walked out, and RRQ getting the 3-0 against Reborn. But in the bottom, in the lower brackets, Kim.
Yep, it's going to be IDNS and Reborn SG, like what you mentioned. So we haven't seen much of these teams, particularly Raka Azur and IDNS. So we're going to find out more about them in the upcoming days. That the lower bracket still a best out of 5, and with the global ban being put into play, I kind of got a glimpse of it today. So it really makes the match a little bit more exciting, a little bit more creative. You can play around with it, and RRQ, well, congratulations, you guys will be moving forward. You're going to face Raka Azur from the Philippines in a best out of 5, and for IDNS and Reborn SG, well, you guys are going to be facing it off in a best out of 5 as well. But, well, who knows? That lower bracket meta might just actually work for Reborn SG. But, who knows? That's going to be in the upcoming days. So stay tuned here in the UniPin Ladies Series. Don't forget to follow our social media pages as well. Facebook, Instagram for more updates on the C Championship.
Absolutely. And again, UniPin Ladies Series C Championships 2022, ladies and gentlemen, is presented to you by UniPin, supported by Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We also have our media partners, Upstation, One Esports, Revival TV, Context ID, Dunia Games, GGWP, Esports ID, Game Buff, Game Zero, Indo Gamers, Journal Apps, and Kincheer. So thank you so much for supporting this event, and we've been seeing a whole lot of progression, a whole lot of crazy matches today. I can't wait to see what's in store for us in the next few days, because remember, this event is going to go from the 22nd all the way to the 28th of August. So, watch it, and you're going to get a whole lot of entertainment this entire week.
Yeah, well, what more to be entertained this entire week than catching female MLBB? Of course, all these females need the support that they can get. And like what Mirko said, we've gone a long way from just, just playing for fun. And now it's actually a career path for ladies. So don't forget to support them this entire week. The grand finals will be happening, by the way, on Sunday. So don't forget to catch it either on the English stream or on the Bahasa Indonesian stream. So don't forget to tune in. I think for tomorrow, Mirko, it's going to be the same time, same place, still here.
Absolutely, same time, same place. Another 2 matches for us. And if you guys didn't see it in the brackets just now, we will be seeing Omega Smart Omega Empress going up against Rose Ophelia. Then in the second match for tomorrow, we are going to see Bigatron Era going up against DDE Empresses.
Yeah, it's going to be an action-packed weekend rather. Well, all of the days this week. So stay tuned for more action, Mirko. But for now, these are all the matches for today. Am I right? So unfortunately for IDNS, we didn't get to see the match with Raka Azur, but I'm pretty sure you'll see more of them in the upcoming days. Thank you so much, Mirko. I mean, this has been fun, right? I mean, this is the first time. I've always dreamt of sharing the caster stage with you, and what better way to kickstart the UniPin Ladies Series with this? So I'm very happy and I'm very grateful to be here.
Same. It's a pleasure to be casting with Burger Kim, especially here in the ladies scene, because I've always wanted to cast English for the ladies scene. Finally getting the opportunity to do with UniPin. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that ends the day. That is the final match of the day. And from me, Mirko, and from Burger Kim, we say thank you for watching and stay tuned, because there is a lot more to come. We'll see you tomorrow.